Oh, how's it going? Thanks for coming and stopping in. All right, guys. So we left off yesterday figuring out that something's from between uh, the radio head unit and between the battery fuse boxes and the radio head unit. There's something, an open circuit somewhere in there, either ground or positive. And we got our wiring diagram right here. But this same truck as yesterday. So we did find out yesterday that they had some aftermarket wire that was spliced into the previous owner, spliced into the radio hot wire for some reason. These red wires that are hooked off the battery, those are aftermarket. I think they're for a light bar, because there was a light bar on this when I first bought it several years ago. And you can see the relays right here. So I think I'm just going to take those right out today, because I'll set them aside though. I'm just not going to have them in there because they're not hooked to anything. It just makes more sense to have them out of there. Oh, also, I'll show you this. I got to get my tow strap back off because we modified the fence, because now we can do our live and work and whatnot in the backyard. Because I showed yesterday, I modified the fence here. Hey, how's it going, Emil? So we can pull the truck in through here now. This fence, this part right here, the gate was over here. Let me show you. Right there where that 2x4 is. I kind of hastily moved it all the other day. These are just the materials I had on hand. I didn't have any vinyl fencing materials. Thanks for that. Appreciate it, Emil. So now we pull the truck into the back, or any vehicles. So this is the post I had to rip out, connecting it all to the story I was talking about. Thanks. From Norway. Appreciate it. How's Norway going today? Sounds like a cool place to be. Okay, so what we got to do is get this off of here. I have this taped up so we're not cutting up my my tow strap. But yeah, this was hooked to my truck. I had to rip this post out. She's on there pretty good. I'm gonna get a hammer out to help persuade it and tap the back of this. Make sure we can see. Okay, let me get a hammer out. Alright, We got a pretty good sized hammer. This sucker's probably like 3-4 pound hammer. Some homemade contraption I found. Somebody was giving it away, and I was like, okay, I'll take it. This thing's a tank. So we can get our toe strap back. I think if I go through the inside here, right about here, we can get it off, hopefully. Just trying to hang on. Oh. Not even budging yet. I'll take right here. I can probably try to pry in here. But this, I got this end taped off, so I'm not cutting it all up. Oh, we got something here. God, thumbs up. Amen. What's going on here? Good morning, Tim. Oh, what's up, Busted? How you doing? Good morning to you. How'd the head unit go? We're gonna be working on that here shortly. It wouldn't power up, so it looks like we got a trace. We're gonna reconfirm that everything's wired correctly from the head unit while we're sitting there looking at the wiring diagram. After that, if that's all good or not good, we'll go on and start tracing through the firewall to the battery. And pour water on the knot, let it a few minutes. Oh, really? Like hot water? Yeah, I got a 5-gallon pail here. I can go get some hot water and soak it in it, or whatever you think's a good idea. I'm willing to try it. This thing's on there tight, guys. Let's rip that fence post out of the ground so we could modify it. We'll try this right here. I think I can get a little bit of leverage right here. If you guys can see that right there. And then this is taped off so we're not cutting up our strap. Oh, we might be onto something here. Okay. Oh. We might have it. Not quite yet, but I think we're going in the right direction. to work it loose. Yeah, that can of mass airflow sensor, the top busted off. I accidentally knocked it off a toolbox, you know, and the little spout thing got messed up, the little nozzle. So that sucks when that happens. Try prying from this side. I think the leverage will send it this way. Yeah. Oh, we got it. Wow. We got it, guys. Then we'll move on to doing the truck wiring thing. Yeah, we got the tow strap off of here. There. Put it back up. Yeah, no damage done either. We just had that end taped off, so yeah, now we'll just roll this up and put it back in the truck so in case we need it. Oh, side note, something. Just got this tire yesterday for the Blazer, the rim. Somebody randomly had it from some Ford Ranger they junked, I guess. And I guess it has the same bolt pattern and everything. The 5, and then it's a 235/75 R15. It's the exact same size tire. Not bad. Just picked that up randomly for 20 bucks. Pretty sweet deal for I'd say. So if you've seen the Blazer we got, that needed a tire and a spare. The spare was missing too. So it'll help so I can get the tires in good enough shape so I can pull it into this fence here. Okay, so let's move on to the truck. Getting this radio figured out. I'll get to set you guys up in here. So what we're gonna do is take out these wires that have these relays that were for the light bar. Actually, I see something going through the firewall over here. What is this? Yeah, that might be that light bar wires. If we can get a better shot here. Get the light in here. So once I touch it, you'll see where, like, have a trace of where it's going. You see it's going over back here. And that's all. Oh, whoops. One moment. Okay, I think we're headed there. So, what is this one connected to? Wait a minute, I don't even remember seeing this one. This guy had like spaghetti of like wires everywhere in here. Okay, it looks like it's grounded to the chassis. I think I'll touch it and you'll see where it's moving from. One moment. Get the... Okay, here we go. Yeah, they grounded it. So it's like probably like a ground ground strap there. They got like 3 different things there. I think that's just a regular ground strap for his stuff or some aftermarket thing. If I had the diagram with the service information, it'll show like where all the ground locations are. Then we'd know if that's even a real ground or just something somebody made with a self-tapping screw into the sidewall. And that right there gives us some clues of why this radio is having such issues, because apparently they didn't leave the radio harness alone. They decided it was a good idea to splice this light bar into it. And then they had a sound system too, because you see this. Oh, this was on the battery as well. The big power supply for their amp and system. Going repair, bro. Yeah, thanks for commenting. I'm Shinibu. Possibly Aaron. Good question. Because that person said they had it on a 2000 GMC Jimmy, which is, you know, pretty much identical to like the Blazers of that time, like the S10 Blazers. Good observation or comment. No way. Well, I'll find out soon enough. I know just the way I have cars and things like that. If anything, for 20 bucks, a rim and a tire is not a bad deal for me. It's a steel rim. It's not totally too bad. I mean, for 20 bucks, I think the tire's probably from 1998 or whatever it's from. This engine? This is the 305. I don't know about all that power and torque. Not by like today's standards, but it gets the job done for what it is for today. So I'll set you guys over this way so you can get a better view of what's going on. Oh, 4.6. You're talking about the Ford? Okay, let me get the... We got our wiring diagram. So I have a poor quality print. I guess it's showing up okay. So this is for this truck. Oh, you got a car also. Nice. So this is the main things we're going to be checking first. Oh wait, yeah, we're going to check these fuses. That's why I was getting in here. Yeah. So let me get the multimeter out. But so let's make sure so the horn and dome LMS fuse 20 amp, the radio fuse, and then the power accessory circuit breaker 30 amp. And our fuse box, one of them's right here. Let's tuck this paper in here so they don't fly away. Okay. And we'll look at the fuse box. I'll pop the cover off it. Yeah, reliability. That's good. Kind of like we're having reliability. Just gotta push these little tabs in. Okay. All right, so horn slash dome fuse. So usually on the back of these covers, it'll label what your fuses go to. Oh, that's upside down. Like that. Yeah. So first one, horn relay. Okay, so there's a relay. I think there's a fuse as well. There should, according to the diagram. Let me grab my multimeter. So if you're looking at this diagram here, this is like the right way it's facing. See that those bolts with the little wires that get fastened down on that side. So that's the same, right? All in the same direction, indexed that way. Okay, let me grab this multimeter. All right, here we go, multimeter. So I think the lead should be long enough to lead to the battery negative, so we can have a solid ground. And then we'll use the positive lead to test both of these, and we'll turn the key to the last click to the run position, last click before you go to start it. So that way we can get an accurate reading. And we'll test both sides. I'll show you what I mean. Also, these aren't all the speed of this vehicle. There's some by the hood prop lever as well. In that general region. And we set this thing to DC voltage. I'll show you that too. Okay. We got that against the negative. It's tucked in there. Okay. Set this to, now this V here with the up and down wave, that's AC. The voltage you want is DC, which is right above it. Let's do that. Okay. And then we're going to put the key to the last turn. It goes to start. So that way the circuit can be energized. For pretty much most of these circuits, it'll be that way. And we'll see if anything's wonky or that stuff. Let's put the key in now. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna have the multimeter here so you guys can see it at the same time. One moment. It's like the leads are just kind of too short. the main thing is making sure you have this thing grounded. I'll back it up so you guys can see the whole picture. Hey, how's it going, Roberto? So, I can't really move the multimeter any closer, so if I go like this, yeah, hang on, let me turn it this way. Okay, it fell off. Because it had alligator clip things with it. I had this shipped to me from where I used to live in New York, so apparently that wasn't in the package when they sent it. Oh, just a touch short. Hang on. So we're trying to get this to set in there. We had it wedged earlier. Just trying to get it solid so you're getting a solid reading off the metal and not on something else. Okay, nice if you guys could see it, right? It'll be okay. Hopefully. I'll turn this off because we're wasting the battery. We'll need that. Here's coming up when we go inside for that. Okay. Here we go. Like that. How about over here? This should work. There. That's pretty good. Try to zoom out. Yeah. If I can get it turned sideways this way so I can get it like a picture, the video at the same time as testing it. For some reason the blower never turns off on this vehicle too. I don't know if the guy who owned it before messed with the blower circuit as well for the HVAC blower, because that thing's running now. That's what, if you hear something, that's what that noise is. Pretty sure the blower is supposed to turn off, never supposed to be on constantly. A lot of fun stuff when you have a hack job of some vehicle they had before. See if we can. It's just slightly out of frame. Oh. If I mark the camera, I'm gonna go get it. I guess we'll try that. So here's this. Okay, so that's about battery voltage. That means this amps or this fuse is working. Okay, these are working. That one's good. Let me see if you guys can see the readout. Okay, you can. Alright. So we're just going through and touching the top of these, the fuse, the tester ports. Yeah, I think that's the other thing I have to work on, is figure out why the blower is on constant power, even when it's switched off. So far, good. Those are all the biggest ones. Now we're going through the smaller fuses. As far as I know, these are all like battery voltage, or these are going to be. The stuff that gets to like millivolts is like your O2 sensors and things like that. Or Or this one seems to have millivolts. Let's see what this one is. According to the, that's gonna be, oh, those are just a spare, so they're not even, so yeah, okay, that's just, it was just showing the voltage of the multimeter itself. That's why it was showing such tiny nothing. Okay, yep. So because those aren't part of a circuit, those spares, that's just a spot where they park the spares. Okay. More than likely these fuses are all fine. We're almost to the end of it on these ones. Okay, this one, okay, this one's good. Okay. It's just getting a poor contact on it as well. That one's a spare too, yeah. And these last big ones, those look good. Yeah, battery voltage on them. Okay, so all the fuses in here look good. Then there's stuff that's not relevant. There's like a glow plug thing. That's for your diesels. This isn't a diesel model. So that looks good. So we can roll out the fuse box on this part, if that makes sense, guys. So we just checked that stuff. Get that radio fixed up. Yeah, we're working on that. We tried to get it powered up, and then it wasn't firing up yet. So we're gonna work on the inside now. Let me turn this key off because it's running my blower motor. But yeah, the one thing that's weird is that the blower motor runs at all times, even when it on the off setting. So interesting. It almost makes me think that they spliced into the blower motor circuit so they could have constant power to their light bar or their sound system or something. Because blower motors, they traditionally they take like the most amperage in voltage, well, amperage, because it takes a lot of amperage to run those motors, the blower motor. So let's get our multimeter here. We got our wiring diagram printed off here. Pinched a wire on the fascia. You think that's what's going on this? Okay, so we checked all the fuses under there. There's still fuses, like I was saying, down here. There should be. Usually, almost always, there's fuses down here too. Maybe not. Oh, yeah, there. I think it's a little fuse box. Yeah, it'd be interesting to figure out why that makes sense too, because when I first got it, the blower motor was burned out. Probably from the thing running constantly all the time and being the original. It had like a worn out bearing noise in it. So I just changed that out. But we can get right into where we left off yesterday with this radio. Is that what it looked like to you? Yeah. Didn't that look like it? Dude, they like I thought that something looked weird too. I'm glad you noticed that. Let me grab the light. That might explain why there's an open circuit with our um good observation. I thought something looked weird there. Oh boy. So I think I should be able to, I could get my laptop out and I could pull up wiring schematics for, oh yeah, this is a manual transmission. That's the shift knob the person who owned it before me had on it. I haven't gotten around to changing it or whatever yet. But yeah, it's 5-speed stick. It's 4-wheel drive as well. As you see the 4-wheel drive selector here. You know, and that stuff works. I didn't break that stuff, thank God. But looking at this, something's good observation there. Like that looks like they took all the fuses out, don't it? Either the fuses and the relays, or we could just verify that that's supposed to look like that. And I think that's a good start. Some of it's labeled. So this one's like the door chime. It says chime on it. We can zoom in. Let's see. Okay, you guys can see that, I believe. For this big one here. And then a flasher, I believe, is this one. Because it's, I think. Okay, you see that? That's a relay. These are like relays like that right there. My finger pointing, the one to the left of it. Okay, that's terrible. Yeah, it's a 3.5 or sorry, 305 engine, or also known as the 5-liter. It's basically like a baby stroke sized version of the 350. Just makes a little less power. I mean, it's kind of basically really same parent block as like the 350 type of thing. Same family engines, what you want to call it. So I think it's just here and here, unless there's stuff by the glove box for fuses as well. Yeah, maybe they didn't pull anything out of here. I don't know. That must be for like stuff if you're adding accessories where you can put your add-in circuits and stuff. Yeah, relay box. Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for stopping in, John. So we're trying to get closer to figuring out what's going on with this truck. Oh, also, this is aftermarket, right? Just notice this. That's like a trailer, or yes, chime in if you know what that is. I guess the trailer trailer brake. Okay, yeah. I know, I was trying to think of the name of it. It looks like oh, that's not aftermarket. Okay, so that we shouldn't have to worry about that then, huh? Oh, this is a 1998 Chevy K1500. Basically, like right before they started calling them Silverados, it's basically a Silverado. It's the Chevy K1500 Silverado package extended cab. It's the 5-liter engine, also known as a 305. So here's our diagram for what we need to make sure is there for the, yeah, it's a V8. Yep. Basically same engine my Astro van there has got in the garage right here behind me, with 2 cylinders extra. And we're trying to figure out why the radio is not powering up. Yeah, I agree. Are you American as well? So we just checked the fuses. Those were all good, the ones that were there under the hood. And we should Probably go back and verify also that everything's in there that's supposed to be in there, in case there's like missing fuses for whatever reason. Also, I'll show you there's something burned up in wire thing. I don't know what this went to, but I'll show you under the hood. There's like a melted harness. I don't know if it got on the exhaust manifold. Let's try to. I think it was on this side. Yeah, right here. Yeah, it's bright. Right here, this thing's burnt up. It looks like it's supposed to hang on to something. Oops. I'm not really sure. I can trace it back here. Yeah, it connects into the wire loom back here. Yeah, the what do they call it? The test light. Probably has diodes in it. Do you think something got like short circuited or something with this? It looks like they like tried to replace it before too, because it's like electrical tape right in this section. A service plug, like a block heater, you think? There. I think that appears to be the only thing that's melted and messed up in this that I know of so far. We can look in under the passenger side, see if there's fuse box or anything as well. All right, let's get down here. Oh, you mean kind of like an OBD port? I didn't know they had stuff that they could do that with without an OBD port, if that's what you're talking about. We'll pull this out for now. We'll see if anything's aftermarket, like if they got in here and messed with anything. I'm gonna grab my light here. Here we go. Because if they wanted high power without doing it right, they would have like. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. They might have like tapped into the wires that go to this blower, because the blower's on all the time too. That's another key thing to note. Because they tapped into the wire power supply for the radio as well. They should have just left stuff alone, you know. You just run your own wires separately and go through the fuse box, and then there's separate spots where you can like add circuits and things like that. We just don't touch any of these circuits like they did. This is what kind of nightmare you kind of end up with when you have somebody tapping into circuits. Just leave those circuits alone, because they're set for a certain amount of fuse amps. All right, how's it going, Lexi? So if they do all this kind of stuff, you're overloading the circuits, potentially like, you know, popping fuses and stuff that's not good. Because that's really bizarre that the blower motor is on all the time. Okay, there's a relay right there. That must be the blower motor relay, I'm assuming. Going pretty good. We're just going at this again today, trying to get deeper into this to find out why the radio's not working. Yeah, well, I think it was somebody that was like a kind of a young punk kind of thing, because I did have all this like blacked out from the outside, and they had a bunch of like degenerate stickers all on the inside, like, you know, kind of, I don't know, like just like sexual, like degenerate stuff all like up here, and like weed smoking and all stuff like that. So I took all that out and I just put in this tint stuff myself. It's not perfect, but it's practice for me, you know, doing the tint. So we're just trying to chase down what's going on. I think I'm gonna reach down and put you guys right here, and you can watch me try to pull these wires out and just test, just do like a wiggle test kind of thing and see if everything's intact or not. I think that's a good place to start while we're over in this area, to see if this area got messed with, because that blower motor is on all the time, and the blower motor is not supposed to be running when it's in the off position. Something, John, yeah. Work truck slash young punk kind of thing that thought this could just wire stuff up and doesn't have a clue what they're doing. Just running circuits off, like tapping into other circuits instead of just running them like running it correctly, you know. It appears to be like this stuff seems okay. I just want to know where they ended up splicing, because I know something's not right with this blower. It's running all the time, even in the off position. I'm trying to think if there's some easy explanation as to why it would still be running when it's sitting in the off position. Because as soon as I put the key in the run position, the blower just keeps going. And it doesn't seem like it's on full blast either. It's like it's running through the resistor still. So it's not just going completely all the way on. It's just barely on for some reason. Okay. I didn't make this. I can't take credit for this there. Thanks for the comment, proud child lover. Do you have a voltmeter? It'd be easier just to test for power on the wires of the stereo. Use an alligator clip wire on black ground to body somewhere and check for 12 volt. You think a resistor is bad, Matt? Thanks for commenting, Matt. What I got from my multimeter is just the regular leads. I had it sent to me from my relatives sent it to me because I had it from college back in New York, and it did have alligator leads to begin with, but they never sent them. So to get alligator leads, I'd have to buy a new set. So let's go over to the driver's side. A resistor is bad, you think? You both think that? Okay, you're probably onto something there if you both think that. Where do you think I should look for this resistor? Ah, good. That it's probably what you guys think it is. I'm gonna have a seat. Let's take a look at this where we left off yesterday. Yeah, good idea. I have my laptop so I could pull up YouTube on it as well. I'll get you guys set up here and I'll grab the laptop. But this is where we left off yesterday. Okay, the RCA cables are hooked in. I have to take those out. Otherwise this won't come out. Okay, hang on. I gotta use two hands. I don't want to break something. Okay. Then we have to get an antenna adapter for here. That just has free space in between. Okay, it'll probably help if you turn a little bit. How's that? Whoop. And also, yeah, I got that photo. Yeah, thanks for that, John. Yeah, I went through and I liked it. I'm just gonna. I probably should have printed it off so I could have it for a reference. I can do that later on. All right, I can grab my laptop. Then continue figuring out what's going on with this stuff. So let me grab the laptop. All right, here we go. Let that power up. Okay, here we go. So, Uncanny, purple. How's it going, Uncanny? Thanks for stopping and commenting. Purple and green, gray and white are speaker wires. Blue is remote power for amp return on. Yellow power positive, red switched. Power 12 positive, orange dimmer. Black ground 12 negative. Okay, thanks for that. Let me put this glove box over here. We'll set the laptop. Okay, sorry about that. We had to take a call. We're back now. Even like, so is that the same like type of wire though, or is that just like the thicker wires, or is that the stranded stuff like the automotive wire? Never really heard too much about that, but it makes sense. Cause I know like the stuff from like your Romex type, you don't want to use that because it's too rigid, and it'll get like brittle from all the vibrations the vehicles have. So we just pulled up YouTube here on the computer. So we're gonna do. What do you guys think for the search terms to what we're trying to find? Yeah, so we got the computer all set up there. If you guys just tuned in, so we can type in the search here on the YouTube to see if somebody else has come up with a solution that has a similar issue that we got going on here. Unless I'm like the first guy ever to deal with this particular problem. Probably not. There's probably a lot of stuff's gone on. This truck's close to 30 years old now. Alright, so I'll just come up with something. So we'll put in 98. Here, we'll look at the computer. Oh, how to change a resistor? Okay, good idea. Thanks, guys. So, 98 Chevy K1500. How to change resistor? You think that's the correct terms here? You guys think it's the blower motor resistor? Is that what you're talking about? Like what 1A Auto guys got going on here? Yeah, this is on the truck, so I guess they'll click it because they'll give me the location of it, right? Whoops, I pushed the button. Okay, let's go. Because I know on the van, I did that a few months ago, and that was like right by the heater core. The front heater core. The van's got two heater cores, one in the rear as well. I think I'm already subscribed. I like it though. These guys know their stuff. It's not Len though, but we'll make do. Len's pretty funny. Okay, we already did that here. I'll show you. We took it right out. I forget this guy's name. Mine's all blown out, so I don't have those ears on mine. Whoever owned it before was rough with it. That's all there is to it, huh? 2 bolts. And it's just right above there, so let's see. Go look at what's on mine. Well, I'll get it out. Here's our light. Whoops, that's this guy. Sorry, guys. Here you go. Yeah. Okay, I see all that stuff that he's talking about right there. So you think that's the spot to start, huh? To figure out why this thing would be on constant running, even on the off mode on the switch. I did start a list of parts to get so I could add that to it.
Slide these harnesses out of the way.
Pretty straightforward. It looks like doing heater cores and that kind of thing. It didn't seem like it took too long either. I've seen some videos on that too.
Push up at the same time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It looks like that's there. They didn't mess that up.
Push that connector and the harness out of the way as well. Then there are two 7mm screws on the top there, one on each side of the connector.
Yeah, because that's your HVAC box here, just like we see on the truck right here. So this is pretty accurate. Apparently they switched mid-year or mid through the generation. That up until 95 or 94 it was different apparently. Because that's got that different style dash. This is like the newer style OBS dash. It's like from 88 to 94 apparently they have a different style dash and steering wheel. Then they started adding airbags and whatnot. Yep, yeah, that looks pretty much like pretty similar to what we took out of the van. So I'm gonna grab that piece of paper I started writing stuff on the other day. We'll add that. Oh yeah, you could test it with the ohms. That's a good idea. I think you have to test like each circuit though. There's like 3 or 4 circuits on it, right? For each speed.
Remember that the safety lock side of the connector is going to face to the
They probably try to
side.
go with an OEM one as well.
Be sure that none of the wire harnesses or connectors are stuck underneath. Set your blower motor resistor back into the box so you can start your two 7mm screws.
At least it's not buried in the dash, like a 12-hour job getting the dash out.
7mm socket and ratchet. Remember, these are only going into plastic, so we just need to get them snug. Reconnect the electrical.
At least that's relief. That's not too hard to get to that. I'm gonna get that paper out and write that down because otherwise I'll probably forget because I have so much other stuff going on throughout the day.
Reconnect the relay. Slide the bracket back into place so you can reinstall and tighten your two 7mm screws with your 7mm socket and ratchet. Slide your connectors back over toward the bracket. White one goes closer to the relay. Black one goes to the left of that. Hook the bottom hinges of your glove box back in place. Push the tabs in. Close your glove box.
Thanks for watching. Visit us at oneauto.com for quality auto parts, fast and free shipping, and the best customer service in the industry.
Zorro.com knows that every job is important. It takes a lot to run a business. And for more than Zorro.com.
Whoops, guys, didn't need to do that. Just check the diodes. Okay, that's a good idea, John.
Find the exact item for every job along with the ones you use every day.
I don't know what's auto playing now. Oh, this is for the older one. I don't have one of them trucks yet. It's a pretty cool truck. Okay, whoop. Let's get the... Oh, that's my buddy's channel, Broken's Garage there. So he's got the older style OBS stuff. So his symptoms were no fan speed. So his was just going straight on and off. So his blower was, his resistor was just shot apparently. Wow, his dash is just fried. Wow, poor thing. Yeah, it looks easy for changing that resistors if that's what you're talking about, or you mean testing it. I was gonna get a pen out. Here we go. We got a pen right here. Okay, so they got it right behind the glove box, like directly. Kind of interesting, the comparison. It's about the same. Similar setup. Yeah, I agree, John. This, it's almost like I'd have to like run my own wires to the battery to bypass whatever stupidity happened from the previous owner. Does that make sense? So we're gonna add this is the checklist for this truck here. Oh yeah, continuity test is a good one. It's good with this meter because it does all that stuff, and I'm pretty familiar with this meter because we used it in college. So blower motor resistor with a question mark, so that way we can know if we actually need it or not. Resistor. I haven't seen. Oh, I better like my buddy's video here. This is a pretty popular one for him. He's got 74 likes. He's got 75 now. So what else we got here? So now we'll go back over to this. Oh, wait a minute. He said his had a relay issue, and it wasn't the resistor, but his was just going working the resistors at all. So he just had off and 100% on, and those terminals were burnt, as like he's showing right there. I'll have to let him know his video is pretty good, and it kind of helped. Indirectly, it's not exactly the same style, year range of truck. His is just the earlier versions. Okay, his was a 92. Good question there, John, right? So if you guys got OBS truck like there, like my buddy Broken's Garage there, check out his channel. I've been friends with him for a while. I didn't realize he had I know he's got some Suburbans of the OBS style too. I think he's even got some square body ones too. He doesn't post really regularly. I don't see him on there as much as I am, but he seems to know his stuff. He's pretty fun to chit chat with him and whatnot. So let's continue with this. We'll turn this down so we're not distracted. Okay. Let's continue. Keep my pen here. All right, so yeah, that's a good idea too, because I know testing relays, you can like swap it with like your horn and like your fuel pump and stuff. A lot of times, if you're checking, they got to be the same size and everything. You can't just take something that's not the right size. I don't think they even fit if they're too big or too small. So yeah, good idea there, John. I think John said it. Yeah, John. So we got this all running there. Let me put the light on here better. There, that should help. I kind of think I have to take the dash out on this coming up to actually trace these wires. Does that make sense? Oh, okay, John. We'll still be here. If I think that's the next step on this thing. Because that whole wire bundle, if I can get it in frame, or get it to see it with the light. If you see, I'm watching through the lens of the camera. Okay, so if you see how this whole wire spaghetti harness, I guess that's the term we'll use, goes farther back into, one moment, I'm gonna put it here. Okay, now we got clear shot. You can see these wires. That goes back behind, and I think there's a whip that goes into the gauge cluster for like your speedometer and your backlight and all that. I think what we'll do while we're in there, I don't have the bulbs currently, but there's a couple bulbs that are dim and kind of going out on the dash gauge cluster as well. I think I would change those out while I'm in there. I think there's not much to actually prying this dash out. Yeah, I think I can get it right by hand without even a tool. Let me move this drink and I'll see if I can just pop it off. Because if we go there and see like something's like an open circuit in there, you know? So let's try that. Let's try not to knock it down either. Try to keep this up above so it's not like just dangling on the wires and hyperextending the wires. Oh yeah, just go a little bit at a time and work around it. Oh, that wasn't much to it. I definitely could tell someone's been in here before. We won't try to go too crazy with it, but well, depends how much we can see just by doing this. If we can even get farther back to where that wire harness goes. I think this doesn't really get, oh, it kind of does. I can kind of see like a little crack through here. Not a real crack, but like here. Start to see more wires than you can normally see while this is still installed. And we're just being careful because this is older plastic. It's not really that beat up, but it doesn't take much to break plastic. Let me adjust the light. Here we go. Okay, so it looks like I might be able to have access through. Oh, I think if we take out the gauge cluster, we could get back into there. Here, let me feel with my hands. Yeah, it's like under this little spot, this little partition area right here is like kind of obscuring what we're trying to look at. Because if we have it all right up to this point, that means it's somewhere through here towards the firewall and the battery area and the fuses. We just basically trace it all and see where stuff isn't connected, or if it's connected incorrectly. See if that guy like spliced into anything up farther down the circuit. I would not be surprised. I'm trying to feel where it goes. Looks like it goes downward, which would be going... I might be able to see this stuff from underneath here. Let's take a look and see if we can see underneath, like by where the pedals are. Because I think we got it confirmed that we're going to get a new master cylinder for the brakes on this. I don't know if it's going to repeat the noise right now because it's not early in the morning. Well, let's try. It's got a little bit of... Sounds like the relay clicks. For the brake light relay. Okay, it's kind of squeaky. But... Because I did try to quiet it up by putting some white lithium grease aerosol onto the moving parts, and it didn't quiet down either. It was worth a shot though. So okay, yeah, oh yeah, we see a lot of wires coming through. We'll look at it and see if any of this stuff looks... Oh, it looks like somebody's been right here. I think this is aftermarket. I don't think these butt connectors are from the factory. You do the what's called the forward wiggle test. That's what we learned here. Just make sure, it basically just means that make sure everything's a tight connection. You just basically do like a lightly touch in it. Because a notorious thing on like Fords and whatever. I'm not a biased person about Ford, Chevy, whatever. I own both. And I plan to own more. So okay. So this wires come down. Looks like right here is where the wires start to come down. Let me point the camera up just a little bit more. Right about here. Yeah. It all looks the same. If I touch it, then I can tell if I'm in the right area or not. This is the airbag. These yellow ones, these are the airbag. And if we start getting into this stuff, I'm going to disconnect those. And like disconnect the battery. And then push the horn after the battery's disconnected just to get rid of any residual capacitor surface charges is what it's called. That way we don't set off anything. It's probably unlikely that we would, but it's a possibility. Oh, okay, that's back when it's the clutch pedal. Okay. Yeah, they put these LED lights aftermarket in here, the previous owner as well. And then they put a light bar for the reverse too, like underneath the tailgate. They put a bunch of different stuff in this thing. And it would have been okay if they did it correctly, but something's not right. Why would the blower be on all the time? Why would the radio not be working? So that's what we're here to find out today, or at least get deeper into it today. Oh yeah, that's the big old heap of wires right here. This is a lot more than just the radio right here. But there's more than likely, I think these skinnier ones. Oh no, what is this stuff? That's more like the aftermarket doohickeys they put here, because you can see this is like zip tied separately. And then this relay with these I'm trying to think of the name of these connectors, but yeah, those kind. Let's get the light in here a little bit better. See where it snakes up into. That's a little better. Yeah, it looks like there's going to be behind the gauge cluster, to me. Okay, then there's ones, that's for like your clock spring and stuff right here. If I can get it in frame. A lot more than this, the clock spring, because they don't have like 30 wires for a clock spring. Oh, nice. You're back, John. How's it going, Rocky? Thanks for commenting and checking out the live stream. So we're Magno Mercado. How's it going? So we're going further into this now. Checking under the steering column area. So it looks like these snake up top into behind the gauge cluster here. We're seeing what we can see without actually tearing this apart too much right now. I still have to drive this in the meantime, but we're getting a good idea of what's going on and seeing if we can get into it without having to do major surgery either. Let's get this light up here. It'll be more helpful right here, I think. Turn it. There we go. So it looks like it loops down. Goes in there. I felt in there with my hand a bit. And it starts to go like behind here. I think it kind of tees off and meets up. A lot of it all happens in this general area behind like this gauge cluster. I'm not sure. Okay, that's kind of just solid. I don't want to get too carried away tearing stuff too much stuff apart or breaking anything, so we're just being gentle and careful. But at the same time, yeah, we're definitely not giving up. We want to get this radio running. Because I know they've had them working before. I'll show you the speakers they had in here. They're like some aftermarket kickers. And then the same thing on this side. So they did have it running here once upon a time is my assumption. I know they didn't just have those sitting there for just to look at it, you know. I think they changed out the door ones as well. There's right down there, that door behind here. Because I did have to get inside of these doors before because the window track thing was screwed up. And I used some paracord, 550 cord stuff to get the track okay. I got a new track ordered. This needs a window motor regulator. I think that's what they're called. The window motor. It's a power motor. So I'm going to get that motor at the same time that I get in there so I can do it all at once. The track's already here. And then we just need the window regulator motor. And then I think there was something else too. Oh, I should probably write that down. I didn't write that down. You know, they're not all the same priority on this. Some of them are just kind of more annoying than others. ABS cement. Okay, I'll write ABS cement down. I'll have to check out what that is. Thanks for that. Is that kind of like epoxy? Is that what you mean? A window motor regulator. We'll try to get a good one. Either high-end aftermarket or OEM, preferably OEM. Oh, thanks for that. Money cannot buy happiness. I'll screenshot that so I can refer back to that comment later. Thanks for that. It's nice having all these extra set of eyes on this while I'm doing this. There's a lot of stuff, you know, if it slips past what I'm looking at, you know, some of you guys might know the answer to the problem that I don't, you know, and that helps. And I appreciate it. So window motor regulator, driver's side. I think they're proprietary for driver or passenger. They might not be. I think they are, though. And it makes sense that the driver's side would be more worn out than the passenger, because that gets used more, you know. Almost always, unless there's a passenger in the vehicle all the time, the driver's side stuff takes the most beating and the most wear and tear. It's a 98 Chevy K1500. I'll show you. That grill, or the grill I had, that's from a junkyard that it was in pretty decent shape, the GMC. I do have a Chevy one to replace it. Sense. It's a 98 Chevy K1500. 5-speed manual, 4-wheel drive. Okay, so about your van, my van, I think it was my Odyssey, had that problem, and it was just the wire and that little rubber loom that came out. Oh, like it came undone. So okay, and then I already got the window track, but I'll just write that down so I can make sure I change that out. Window track, something window track something. Because that one, if I didn't buy that part, this thing I had to like wire it in with like the 550 cord paracord stuff. I had to like tie it all tight in there when I had the door skin off, because this window kept falling off the track. It was all worn out. No, it's neither one actually. This is a 305. It's the baby brother to the 350, basically the same thing. It's just shorter stroke. It makes less power, if that makes sense. It's a V8 still. It sounds pretty good. It sounds a lot more awesome than how much power it actually makes, because it's got the dual exhaust with the Flowmaster on it. So, oh yeah, since we're trying to mess through here. Yeah, yeah. That's when I saw this. I got this truck for $1,700. Like 5 years ago. When I saw it, I had the 5-speed in it. I was like, "What? No way! I'm gonna buy it." It had some issues, you know. The previous owner like smashed it into something, or supposedly somebody sideswiped it, is what he told me. So that's why this left fender is so messed up. It'd be really cool if it had the 5.7, but in the future you could always put a cheap LS in there for under 1,500. Yeah, yeah, I'd love to put an LS in this. That's one of my dreams, to do that. I'll get out and I'll show you guys the front end of what's damaged. I do have the fender already to change out, and I have to get the radiator support, because that's all banged up and messed up. It was misaligned. This hood wasn't even shutting when I bought it. Their previous owner had a ratchet strap holding it down and driving around like that. The ratchet strap was like hooked into the tow hooks on the front. Kind of a janky thing, but it worked, you know. And then this thing needs the radiator support, and also a wire whip out of like a junk vehicle for the washer motors, because that got all like cut up and messed up when whoever hit this area. So it's running without the windshield wiper motors washer fluid stuff. That's why when I had like the video of like driving to Colorado Springs, there's kind of like some bug gunk on the window, and I couldn't it doesn't have the stuff in here at this point in time, and it's kind of a pain in the butt. So I do have to get the radiator support to put that in. I do have the new washer fluid reservoir, because that was destroyed. by the previous owner's stuff when they got this smashed up. So quite a bit of stuff gets weird and misaligned, because you see I had to straighten this out with like a 2x4 hooked up to a tree with like a come along and stuff to get this to try to line up, and it's bent here. And then this was all weird and misaligned. They even had this door all messed up. This door had like, it wasn't even shutting tight either when I first got it. I had to go through and like modify this area here, the keeper, whatever this thing's called. Yeah, this had to be modified, so now it shuts tight like it's supposed to. Hang on here, I'll read your comments. Also, this thing was like, this was pushed right into here. The fan shroud was pushed right into the AC compressor. You never see that blue Colorado plate? I only see the green ones. Yeah, that's a disabled veteran one. Be right back. I'm gonna look to see if I can find a video on the stereo, that yellow to yellow wire. Maybe yellow from stereo to orange to car, like the photo I sent you. I think I still have the cardboard box for the stereo wiring harness, so that because I know all the wire colors, they don't match exactly what they are for the ones that actually come out of the truck itself. So, oh yeah, also I gotta write that down. This motor is going. I've been trying to make a short showing it when it's making the noises, but every time I try to, it doesn't sound. Oh well, thanks for that. Money cannot buy happiness. So this motor, when it gets hot, it's been cooler weather lately, so it hasn't made the noise, but it'll start making a loud squealing noise, and the motors it'll just be like trying to stop like midway, and not fully articulating correctly, and sometimes it'll just completely not even work when it's warm enough. So that's the other thing I have to add on that list. Luckily, this is like an older vehicle, so there's not a whole lot of wiring schematics to really have to go through. So I'm gonna do windshield wiper, motor. The arms brackets and all that stuff seems fine. I don't think that needs that. I like to do these lists, so if there's anything that's like in the general vicinity that needs replacing at the same time, I can hit that at the same time because I'm already in there, if that makes sense. So basically, like what I was talking about with this driver's side door. So while I had the door skin off, I changed the door window track, and then I changed the window motor regulator at the same time because I'm already there. If I go and change the track and then later change the motor, I have to tear it apart twice. And a lot of times these things start to get all janky and messed up if you keep taking them on and off with a lot of little plastic clips. So to try to mitigate that, we try to do it all at once while we're already there, if that makes sense. Because I think I wrote, yeah, the brake master cylinder, that's what's causing that squeaky noise. And I've seen some videos on it. One of my friends on here on YouTube he made a video on this, changing it, and it looked pretty straightforward. As far as I know, you didn't even get into the, when you unbolt this, it doesn't have any fluid coming out or anything, so it doesn't actually expose air into the system. It's just bolted into the firewall, and then it's got like a little half moon C-clip looking thing that hooks to the pedal. I think it's the little bushings and inner workings behind here that's causing that squeak, and it's only on like in the mornings when it's like the dew. Cruise control doesn't work either, and I've seen on eBay they have some of these like from people that junked the vehicle and things, and supposedly they say they work. Because this one, every time I was looking it up, it seems to be this is the culprit. This cruise control, whatever that thing's called. It's cruise control. It controls the cruise control. So I'm going to write that down too, because otherwise I'll forget. And then also in the future, I'm going to go around and we're going to sand down and do the self-etching primer on any of the bare metal parts on the outside of this truck. I'm waiting to do it after we get the fender changed and the radiator core support, and we get it all nice the way we want it. We got the new headlights already sitting there to replace the ones that are all messed up. So anyway, what we're gonna plan to do is do like a green bed liner material on the outside of this. Like after we strip down all the paint to the primer. Someday in the future, more likely after we get all this kind of stuff done. Nice, John, you found it? I could pull it up on the laptop if you want to write the title of the video, and we can watch it. So the cruise control, oh, that sounds good. I think it's like a module is what that's called. Trying to think of the terminology here. Well, that's good news there, John. So I'm ready when you are. If you want to put the title of that video in, and we'll check it out on the computer. Cruise control module, we'll call it. How about that? And then I'll put on the firewall so I kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about. Okay. Let's get this computer out right here. Okay. Just making sure it's opening the right way. Yeah, it helps because some of these videos are pretty good, you know. That's what it's called? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Sounds like a good description for that video. We're going to check it out right now. One moment. Let me get the tripod set up correctly. There we go. So 95 to 98 GM truck stereo installation. Let's check that out. GM truck stereo installation. Okay. Oops. Is this it? Hoo Hoo Hoblin? He makes some pretty good videos. I think I've seen his stuff here and here. I think I've watched it too. Let's watch it. Let's check it out. Let's turn the volume up. What's nice about this is you can rewind it too, so if I missed anything. Okay, his is a automatic, but same concept. It's probably easier on mine because I don't have that shifter thing in the way.
You definitely have to take off
closer. The volume's not super loud on the computer, so I apologize for that, guys. It just doesn't go that loud. Oh, that's probably the answer to my problems right there. If I can get that part right out like he just did. Yeah, yeah, there was a wiring, yeah, diagram type thing in the cardboard. I think I have it in a toolbox inside in the garage.
So the colors of the wires, constant 12 volt is orange, switch 12 volt is yellow, ground is black, illuminated is gray.
Hang on a second, let me go see if I can grab it.
Tan positive, left front negative is gray, right front positive, light green, right front negative, dark green, left rear positive brown, left rear negative yellow, right rear positive dark blue, and right rear negative light blue. So the easiest way to make sure all the wires are the right color is to buy an adapter. That's what I did. So this one translates all the GM colors into factory colors, which I can then just jack into the connector that came with the new radio. My truck is a 1995 model, so if you have a 1995 GM truck, then it should have the same color wires. All right, so I'm using these butt connectors.
I think this is the one right here.
Same color wire. Smash them down with this. So because the old stereo was 1.5 nanometers, it was smaller than a normal stereo, but not as tall as something tall. You got to get an adapter. So this is a 1 to 1.5 din adapter. So this is going to make it big enough.
I'm pretty sure this is the right box. So I'm trying to remember. I know I had the S10 and I bought something like this, but the S10 already had the stereo working and I never installed anything. Well, we can take a look and see if this actually looks the same. Well, here's all the models it went on, or it's compatible with. So my truck, hang on, we're going to do the Chevy one. Okay, that's good to know. It fits on the Astro van. Okay, the Chevy pickup.
This one does not have an antenna amplifier, so the blue wire doesn't need to go anywhere. And then subwoofer, microphone, that's it. Let's see if it fits. Microphone, subwoofer. This one's got subs out.
Oh yeah, this looks like a good video. It looks pretty identical to what's going on with my truck right now. Thanks for commenting, Quirky Turtle. That's good to know that it's not your first time doing this. That's helpful. We'll go back through and watch it again, just in the background while we figure out our game plan on this one. I think okay, yeah, CKs, okay. Yeah, this is the right one. It threw me off because they got it labeled as Silverado 99 and above to 02. But this is a Chevy K1500, so right where my thumb is. We're a 98, and this is from 95 to 2000, so this is the right one. This should be the right thing then. You rebuild alternators and build e-bike stereos are easy peasy. Nice, man. Sounds like you guys know pretty good idea what you're doing, and that's helpful. I appreciate it. So what I think I'm gonna do,
Push down on this, push down on this.
I'm gonna write these down on that paper. I got spare paper right here.
Yeah, so push it down till it clicks and then pull it out. So that flicker is right there. So that's
So ignition slash accessory, 12 volt. We'll write it all down here. That way.
So on these, you push down on this to release.
I don't know what. I don't think I have. Well, that way you guys can see it at the same time. That way.
And the antenna just unplugs. So the colors of the wire, constant purple is orange, switch is 12 volt, is yellow, ground is black,
Or I could
gray.
do a picture with like the computer of this, and then have it on the computer at the same time.
Light green, right front negative, dark green, left rear.
So what we can do. So let's close this computer. Set it. That definitely helps. So I guess I'm not the only one having to do something like this for the first time. Or trying to go, not for the first time, but trying to go through and figure out what's going on. And we're going to verify that this stuff's correctly wired into the right spots based on what this box has for the harness for the stereo. So we'll try to set this here. Okay, we'll just go down the list from one through the rest of them, okay? Nice. What's up, Rocky? Thanks for commenting. Okay, so first on... Oh, that's a good idea. I got some masking tape. I can grab that. Yeah. Oh, that's smart. We'll start there. That's a good starting point. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome idea. Let me grab that masking tape. I got the pen already. All right, there we go. We got it. Found like a random vanilla pudding in the toolbox too. That was kind of weird. It's still good. It was kind of caught me off guard. Here we go. So what we'll do is we'll write on it while it's on the roll. And then we'll go ahead and put it to the corresponding wire based on the box here. So first one's going to be red. 12 volt ignition / accessory. So that's a feed wire, so that's pretty important. So / accessory. So ACC. Kind of could, oh, we could put the slash a little bit up more. That should work. We'll leave a little bit extra too, so we're not actually putting the tape part that we need to read, covering up the wire. Okay. So it's saying it's red. So let's find the red. Okay. Yeah, this little mapping these out will definitely help. Oh, what I should have done is make the tape a little longer. I'll put a little bit more tape on the back so it's not sticking this stuff, just to cover up the sticky part. So next one we make will be a better version, because see how it kind of gets all curly. Yeah, this even says ignition switched something on this red one on the jacket. So that's interesting too. There. See, that looks pretty good. Now it sits out on its own. It's not just curling up. Okay, next one. 12 volt battery / memory, yellow. So let's do that one. Whoops. So / memory. So this one's an important one as well. A feed wire. And this color, yellow. 12 volt battery / memory, yellow. Okay. Okay, I see the yellow. That's the one with the inline fuse on it. Right here, or here. Coming off of the harness of the, yeah, the one that's gets hardwired onto the head unit itself. So this one will make enough tape so that it has enough to stick off without making it all curly. So here we go. Pretty good. Okay, next. Ground, black. Okay, easy enough. It's nice when you get a couple easy ones in there. see the black one right there. So luckily I kept this box. You know, it's handy to keep this stuff. They probably could find it up on the internet. What if you already, it's kind of just easier if you keep the box until you know if you don't need it for sure. I'm probably gonna hang on to that. Just keep it, you know. Stick it about in the center and then stick the two pieces together. Kind of my hand's in the way, my bad. Oops. I think we can still save it. Kind of a bummer when that happens, but yeah, we saved it. And it's legible and we can see it. Next one. Power on antenna, blue. So next one's blue. I think I spelled it right. Set the pen down. Okay. Okay, so here, let's find the blue. And I think I see it right here. Yep. Try to get it so it's sticking to itself. Perfect. Okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, if you shoot one, let me know. I'll have to go through and find your username, your channel, and subscribe so I set the notifications so I can see when you put new stuff out. Porfirio. How's it going? Hope I said your name right. If I didn't, it's not intentional. Okay, next. So we just did the blue wire. Oh, amp turn on, blue/white. So let's do that one. Okay. About enough right there. So blue/white. So it should be like a blue outer jacket with a white tracer. I think that's what that means. Stuff starts to get weird here. Maybe that wire's not even on it. And what is amp turn on? Hey, how's it going, James? Blue/white. Where's this blue/white here? All right, we'll disregard that for now. We'll set this piece of tape here, and we'll keep continuing for what actually is pretty obviously there, if that makes sense. Next, we'll make a little dash next to it that we kind of, something's weird. You can see that. So amp ground, black/white. There's a white with a black. That's what we're talking about. There's a white with a black tracer. We'll go with that one. So let's get our tape out and label this one. Let's see what this one's called. Amp ground. So let's give that a shot. Okay. And then through like process of elimination kind of thing. Yeah, it is, James. Yep. Trying to get them all identified and in their happy place so we can get this running kind of thing. So amp ground, black/white. So we saw here, we had a white with a black tracer, and I think that's what they're talking about. Because I don't see a black with a white tracer. Right here. Try to isolate it, and then right here. Try to get them lined up better. That should be okay. The part that I'm going to read is mostly flat. That'll work. We'll try to do better next time. It's okay. Okay, so next one. Try to get this so it's not just putting tension on the wires. Okay, next one. Illumination, orange. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Orange, let's do that. Okay, illumination. Here's the orange one. And this time we'll try to get it matched up better. Oh, kind of screwed it up. Okay, we'll just live with it. As long as they stay flat, because if you have them just by itself, it starts to get all curly on itself and you can't really read it. This will work. It won't win the fashion contest, but it should work. Okay, right front positive, gray. I think I see a gray right here. Yeah, no tracer. That's good. That's what we're looking for. So it's called right front positive. Oops. Gotta make sure this thing stays in gear. I got the parking brake set. This thing will roll away. It's manual transmission. There. So right front positive. Oh, wonder why I'm labeling it? Because the wires themselves from the truck coming out of the wire whip where I'm pointing inside of here, they're not the same wire colors as what comes off of the wire harness that hooks to the head unit that's hardwired to it. So we're going through and confirming everything's correct. Good question there, James. And thanks. I hope you enjoy and have a good day yourself. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Okay. So we were at gray, right front, right here, right there. The second one down on the red. So gray. We got our label. Usually I don't have to label these kind of things, but since we were trying to figure out what the heck was going on in here, I kind of had to. Usually, I mean, when you got this much kind of wires, it's kind of really does help, especially when these coming off of here aren't the same color as going into the main harness. It throws you for a loop, you know. Because like I said, they had this thing set up with the aftermarket light bar apparently spliced into the power wires to the radio off of this yellow wire. It was coming off into here, and then these wires that I took out and I capped them off, they're hooked to the battery positive. We're gonna remove those coming up too, because they're not hooked to anything. It's kind of doesn't really make sense leaving it in there. I could take it out and set it aside, like put it in the toolbox for safekeeping. Okay, moving forward. Right front negative, gray/black. So gray/black. This must be what we're looking for. And it doesn't have anything labeled on it already. Right here. It's gray with a black tracer. So just to confirm, third one down in the red. Right front negative, gray/black. So right front negative. We'll write on it. Okay. And just make sure. Gray/black. Yep. Gray/black. This is the gray with the black tracer. Not such a great stick job on that one, but it's okay. Still see it. I can still know what it is. Kind of, some tape just doesn't want to do what you want it to do when it's in my hands. So gray/black. Let's move on to the next. A white. Left front positive. It's white. So right here in the red. Second. Last one from the bottom. Second to last one from the bottom. Left front positive in the white. And we do have a white right here to confirm that. So left front. I believe that was positive. Okay. Just want to be absolutely sure. Doesn't hurt. I don't mind looking at it 10 times if I have to, just to make sure I'm doing it right, you know. There's a lot to confuse and mix up, you know. If you're going too quick, you can make things wrong. And then I would be putting that on the wrong wires potentially. And then let's see, that was white, I believe. Yeah, white. Not really in super rush here. The main thing for me is trying to make sure this stuff's accurately done right. Getting it done right the first time. Let's try it, or second time if we don't get it the first time. You know, we try not to give up on it either. You know. So we just did the white one. Last one, left on this part, left front. If you can see it, left front negative, white black. That's white black. Oh, that is interesting that you were talking about. I think I have to look at this because this is the same thing. I mean, you probably don't have this thing in your Astro, but it is compatible for Astros. If I look at it, yeah, 91. Oh wait, you got a 1990. So this one's not going to work on yours. I have an 05 Astro in there, so I guess that's not relevant. It's okay though. It's worth a shot. And then we'll make sure we put this on right. Left front negative, white, black. So apparently, some of the stuff's labeled on here that doesn't exist, or something's going weird. So I think this must be the one that goes to that white with black, because that's a white with a black tracer. So black to white is something that's not on the map either. What we can do is set this on here, on the edge of this one. More than likely, it's the one that's on. I just put on the edge because usually when they're labeled, it'll be like, okay, it's white, and then the black, whatever the secondary part's going to be the tracer, if that makes sense. The tracer is what's in the middle. You see where my thumb's moving? So white with black tracer. Because if this was what the original one label was on, it was supposed to be for black to white. And I don't see a black with a white tracer on this at all. So there's that throwing you for a loop right there. Okay, let's move on. Dimmer. That we already had. Oh, that's illumination. Okay, so dimmer, orange slash white. Let's see if we have an orange slash white. So all we can really do is just label what we have here. We don't have the wires to just put in there and make it all happy, you know. Some of this stuff's just not on here, so for what it's worth. Have you tried to run both wires to power directly just to see if the radio even working? Good question. That's what we're planning on doing. I think that's what's probably going to end up happening. Because if you can see down in here, the wire's going down inside of it, like back where my light's pointing, like in there. We're planning to go deeper into there, taking this stuff out of the way, so we can figure out what's if there's like open circuit in there. Figure out why it's not getting power to power up the head unit. Okay, orange slash white. I don't think we have that. We'll put a little note right here. Also with black to white, because that was the one that was that didn't seem to exist either. So there's 3 that don't seem to exist. Right rear positive, violet. I believe we have violet. Okay, they didn't throw it for a loop and put purple and violet. So it's just violet. So if you look here, there's some purple, violet. And what's that called? Right rear positive. So let's label that one. Okay. And just to keep things not confusing, remember they go to this part where we got them wired together, and they're not the same off the head unit. So we're making sure we're only paying attention to the harness that hooks into the main truck harness. Because these wires all change different colors. They change different colors here. They change different colors coming out of the truck, and then on this harness. So there's 3 different sets of different colored wires, and that's why we're mapping these out, so we don't confuse them or think they're the same, if that makes sense. So remember, we had to find a violet, and I think we got violet right here. Plain violet without any tracer. Just, you can see that. I can zoom in a little bit, I think. Okay, not right there. That's not right. I have to go upward a little more. Oh, hang on. I gotta tighten the head on this stand and get it where I want it to see. It's about right there. We'll tighten it up. Oh, it's loosening. There we go. Kind of drifting a little bit. I'll have to tighten it more. Okay, now it seems to. So right here is what I was talking about, this purple. There's no tracer in it. And it looks confusing, but it's labeled. Just this label from the other ones touching this one, but it's not sticking. That's why we had these wrapped around themselves onto the like that, so they don't stick to each other as much, or they shouldn't stick at all, rather. So here's purple. Let's get this one on here. Make sure it's upright, so we're not looking at it upside down. That might help too. Okay, it's kind of intersecting with these other ones. Oh, that was a pretty good one. Okay. Next. So we just did right rear positive. Second one from the top. So right rear negative, violet black. Pretty sure I just saw violet black. So right rear negative. Probably zoom out just a touch. That's probably good. So right rear negative. Oops. Okay, we're right now negative. I was supposed to put the little symbol for the minus, but that works too. Same point across. And this one is violet with black. Let's just confirm it. You got right rear negative, violet black. Okay. So, okay, that's off the radio. Don't confuse it. Here's violet black coming off the harness. Right here in my hand where I'm pointing with my finger. stick to the other one. Okay, next one. We're almost done on this. So left rear positive, left rear positive green. Looks like we got a green. Yep. Okay. And here's our green. It's a long one we made. Oh, getting stuck. Oh, we made it. Oh, trying to stick on itself. Pretty good. Next one. I think it's the last one here. Left rear negative, green to black. So that's everything besides those three that didn't exist on it after this one. I think it's negative. Yep. Green to black. Yeah, we got a green to black. And it's the right one that's supposed to be because it's green with the black tracer. And that's the way it says on the diagram. Okay, that works. So now what we can do is we got our diagram, our wiring diagram in here for the actual truck harness. And we can go through and make sure these are all lined up with what they're supposed to be. And we can rule that out. This thing printed kind of poorly, but it's kind of, let me see. Okay. So we can go through and we got our pen and we can do like a check or an X to know if they're right or wrong, if that makes sense. Okay. Let me step back here so I got room to put the camera here. That's pretty good. Okay, so here's our diagram. Okay, we'll start from this one right here, hot at all times, orange, coming off from the main wires. So orange, this is coming from the truck wires. And then we'll see what our main color was off of this box. That should be, and this is the hot at all times one. Oh. If we look at this and compare them, hot at all times is going to be gray coming off of the power. So a gray one coming from the truck itself is going to match up with I believe we're going to be going with the red. All these ones down here are speaker wires. So you got your positive. Okay, all right. So yeah, I believe the red's gonna be, or no, that's ignition. So that's gonna be, so it's gonna be the yellow. So yellow is hot at all times. So yellow going to the gray. So gray from the truck going to yellow, if that makes sense. Let's confirm that. All right, this one looks like it resembles a gray one. Yeah. So wait a minute, I'm trying to think here. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that as well. So you think I should put like a back probe one, the power ones with the multimeter, or back probe with like a jumper wire to the battery itself, like unclip this and walk it over to the battery? I mean, it is a possibility. Some of the stuff is just broken right out of the box. That's true. Okay. Set this up in there. Yeah, because we're going through and fixing what was screwed up by the previous owner. Because also we have the issue with the blower motor running constantly too. If it's not a resistor problem, the blower motor resistor. Yeah. Because what the previous owner had put into this. Okay, so the other part is, yeah, the head unit. So we'll have to map out the wires coming from this. Okay, so we got a model number on it. We could go on the computer right here. I got the computer right behind me. That's the other part. Because this stuff should be all right. And then it's just going from these connections, making sure these are all correct, going to the harness. So let's pull up the computer. All right, one moment. We'll put this here. Get the computer set up and I'll bring you guys back here. sometimes I get like a little bit of a, because we're doing this live, so we have to think a little bit like right on the spot. So this isn't pre-recorded, guys. This is just me doing it right now, right in front of you. Okay, so looks like we're coming up with the results we're looking for. Okay, let's bring you guys over here. I think that's what we're looking for. Good call there, Rhino. Hopefully I said your name right. So this is what the model of the radio is right there. Let's get closer. Okay, it's kind of dark here. Whoops. Guess that was holding that up. We'll just hang it up here so we take the tension off the wires. We'll turn this light off for a minute. I think it's trying to fall down on me. Alright. So this is what the model number is. So let's continue down the rabbit hole of this radio. Wiring diagram. There we go. So just like we did for the wire harness, we're going to go through and label the parts that come off of the radio head unit itself. And we'll go basically process of elimination on a lot of this. Since it all gets labeled, then we just make sure they're all paired to the right spots. Because then once we confirm all this stuff, we'll know, besides actually taking the radio off like you've been suggesting me, and running it directly to the battery. And I think if I had a power probe, I would be able to do that without even having to take it to the battery. Because the probe leads would go right to the battery. But then you just got to be careful about powering things up like that. I don't have a power probe, unfortunately, at this point in time, though. So that's just in theory. So not using this one. Get it closer. For the blue. That connects to the amp. Let me get this. We'll start labeling right now. I think what I'll do is I'll move the computer over into the passenger seat and then put you guys on the console, and then I can still work around, because in my lap I can't work with it, all this stuff in my lap. And we'll zoom in better on the screen. That's better. And let's start labeling. So just regular blue. So remote turn on. And it says to cap it off if you're not using it. I'm not sure if we're using it yet. We haven't gotten a chance to use anything yet. So that's what we're here to find out, though. So here we go. And we'll put you guys over here. And we'll zoom out. Turn to the head unit wires. So blue. Here's our blue. Power antenna is what it's hooked to. And it says remote turn on the computer. So we'll see if these things are in the right place on everything. Because like I was saying earlier, just because it's the same color doesn't mean it goes to the same thing, especially when they're not all the same brand name and everything. All made from the same company and stuff. They like to change stuff. Probably stuff to do with copyright and whatnot. Because they get mad when they copycat each other kind of thing. These companies. Who knows? I don't know. This is my speculation. So next here is going to be black. It's ground. Okay. So I'll label it ground. It's making me happy because then once we roll out all this stuff, then we'll know for sure if we actually have to go deeper into the behind the dash and going through the firewall and whatnot. Or know if we have anything going on in there. It looks like an open circuit somewhere from between here and the firewall. If this stuff doesn't check out. So here's our black. Let's make sure there's no tracer on it. I think that has a tracer. Okay, no it doesn't. It's just the lighting. It's a black. Okay, ground. Next, red accessory, 10 amp fuse. Okay, so let's write accessory, and we'll write 10 amp fuse on it. Or no, wait. The red's accessory, yellow's underneath it, and that's what's throwing me off. It was like labeled almost all together, really close. So, accessory. Here. And that one's red. So I see only one red here, so that makes it easier. Bam, that one's done. Yellow, memory, that's got the 10 amp fuse. Or wait a minute. Was that supposed to go into that thing? Where it had that one end? That might be a problem. So this had that little end on the end of it, and we thought it came from the harness earlier. So it looks like it came with the radio itself, the head unit, is what I'm thinking. So that might be wrong. So good observation here. So we're gonna label that, and we'll have to come up with one of these connectors to fix it. It's not a big deal. That's why we're doing this, so we can figure out what the heck is going on, you know. And I'll show you the diagram here on the computer, what I'm talking about, and I'll zoom it in. So right here where it says yellow, let me make sure the screen doesn't just turn off on me. There's our cursor here. I don't know where the cursor went. Okay, anyway. So right here, 10 amp, yellow, connects to battery circuit or constant 12 volt source. So this goes into the head unit. And it looks like it must have came out of the head unit, or it was just sitting there and I'm supposed to put it in myself. I didn't know that. So right here. Okay, let's turn it over here. So where it's supposed to go is plug into, I think there should be an open hole. Yeah, there is. Oh, my bad, guys. an open hole where it had that little plug where it goes into one of these little, I don't know the name of it off the top of my head, little plug hole. So turn it over here. This wire with the inline fuse is supposed to come off of the head unit itself where I just showed you. So it looks like we're going to have to clip back that, because it looks like it's not going to the unit, it's going back into the harness off of the power, so it never went to it. That might be the problem. Good chance it is. So it'd help if it's actually feeding power into where it's supposed to go, right? And that makes sense why you wouldn't have it triple spliced into one power feed. And we still have to label the stuff. Well, we don't really have to label too much of the stuff coming off the truck. We just have to confirm. But this right here looks like a problem. So I'm gonna have to look at it and figure out where I want to cut it to get it set so we can have it put into the right spot on the head unit. So let's go ahead and make up a label for that, and we'll put like a star on it, so that way we know this is the true label that goes to the thing itself. Because this label right here, we'll have to rewrite it and put it farther down on the harness here, so that way we don't confuse the two, just because they're yellow. So that way they're not being confused, because that throws us for a loop. So yellow, and then it's going to be 10 amp. And it's called memory 10 amp power. And then we're going to put a star on it, so we know that this is the true label. And then we're going to go ahead and clip that stuff and get it set straight, so that way we don't confuse it and think we're reading the label thinking it's one thing and it's not. So this is for the main wire, so we'll put this right on the amp or the fuse area, or right butted up right on it, right next to it, so that way we know it's right. And it's got the star too, so we know that's the real label. This other one's the right label, but it just has to move farther down. It just has to move onto the harness itself. So we can save this. What we're going to do is tear it, get some new tape out, and then attach it to this and stick it up farther. Make it easier. We don't have to rewrite it or anything. Oh. So further upstream here, right here, this looks like a good spot. Whoops. Set that there. Let's get this on here. There we go. So now we know this one goes to the harness, and it's not being confused with the one that comes off the head unit for yellow. And then we know we got a problem with these wire feeds. Let's pull the computer back up for the next part of the circuit. That looks like the main things. Okay, we got our speakers. We got to do that too. That makes sense, right? So right front or negative is gray with a black tracer. So right front, or right front negative. Okay. It really helps labeling these because it's so easy to just connect wires to each other and then they're not actually what it's supposed to be. My bad about that. So right front negative, gray with a black tracer. Head unit. That's gray. Gray with black tracer right. Alright. And then gray positive for the positive side of that circuit. So right front positive. Whoops, left out the H. Alright. And that one's going to be gray. Just solid gray. And I believe we just saw a solid gray right here. Look it over. Yep, solid gray. Let's stick it on there. Yeah, I was kind of tossing and turning at night thinking, yeah, I really need to label these two and make sure these are all confirmed. Then we found out something. I had a feeling something wasn't right about that inline fuse wire, how it was splicing like three-way. That didn't make sense to me. So we're on to something there. Okay, right rear, violet with a black tracer. That's the negative. So right rear negative. So when I used to work in food service and you had to like cook food to order, I remember I got one of the co-workers taught me just to keep repeating in your head what you're working on. That seemed to help me when I'm writing stuff. Oh, thanks, Total Tech, commenting. How's it going? Black and red wire connect together, or yellow and black and turn the key. Yeah, thanks for commenting. Yeah, right now we're just going through and mapping out where everything goes from head unit, and then the wire harness that hooks to the head unit that's hardwired to it. And then we're making sure everything else farther down is all in the right spots as well. So we're on to the right rear, violet with a black tracer, right rear negative. So basically what happens was with this is like you get all these mapped out, go through process of elimination, and then it's like that Sesame Street thing where it's like one of these things doesn't look like the others, and whatever is not maxed in the right spot, we set it to the right spot. And if this all checks out and it still doesn't power up, then we got to go further from firewall through the fuse area to the battery, because the whole reason why this thing's wasn't going right to begin with is because the person before me had this wire here that this thing's all feeded into the power for the radio itself. They had it spliced into like a light bar, and then the blower motor's on constantly, even when the even when it's on the off setting. So they might have tapped into the blower smart motor circuit as well for some other aftermarket stuff. So we're going through and trying to rectify this. This isn't something that I can take credit for of what's going on in this. I'm trying not to make it any worse either too at the same time. So right rear negative. This is the violet with a black tracer. Okay, right rear negative. Okay, then regular solid violet positive for the right rear. So right rear positive right here. Just like that. And solid violet. Okay. Put a little bit more tape on the back part of that so it's not sticking on stuff and curling up. Kind of a little bit of misjudging on it, but we fix it up. It's okay. That's better. Okay, left front negative, so it's white with a black tracer. Oh, probably help if you can see it. And negative. White with black tracer. I see it right here. Okay, we think we overshot a little bit. Let's try to adjust it. Oh, I hope you can see it. There, that's pretty good. See what time we got. Okay. I gotta put the charger on this thing. I just have to run and grab my daughter from pre-K down the street. It'll take about 5 minutes. So I'm gonna put this on the charger and then I'm gonna take off, and we'll pick up where we left off once I get back. We're gonna leave the stream going. So just a moment here, and we got quite a bit of this label. There's only like a few left to go. And the main thing we noticed was this yellow is not in the right spot, right? Pretty quick. Because this had the connector that's supposed to go into the back of this head unit here. And I unfortunately clipped that thinking that was something different until I realized it's not. But it's okay. We'll figure it out. All right. We'll be right back. We're going to leave the streamer on and we're just going to plug the camera in. Oops. All right, we'll be right back. Just gonna run down and get my daughter. Alright guys, we're back. So we're gonna get the battery charger out and hook that up to the battery as well in the meantime, because with that blower motor being constant on with the key on, it kind of can drain down the battery, because I saw the voltage at about around 12. And this is the AGM battery, the absorb glass mat type. So this normally has like around a 13 charge, it's supposed to be. So this is kind of low. So we're gonna get the battery charger out and just put on the slow charge mode. So one moment. I'll take you guys out there so you can see what I'm doing too. Just a battery charger. We got the cord stuck in the door. There we go. Because these batteries can. Thanks for that, Danny. Thanks for the comment, Frankie. So we're going through and just confirming, making sure that the battery, or not the battery, the radio itself was wired up correctly. We found that one of the yellow one supposed to go to the head unit got mixed up going into the harness and then to the main feed. So we're gonna correct that. So in the meantime, I'm gonna grab the battery charger and hook it up right here, and then we're gonna get back into there and get back into setting the radio straight, or attempting to. Alright, here's our battery charger we got here. So we're just gonna put on the regular charge mode, because this isn't completely dead. If this is like completely dead, we put on engine start mode, but that's not the case. So that's the reasoning behind that. So we're gonna hook these leads up. Make sure you guys can see what I'm doing. Okay, yeah, you can. So positive to positive, negative to negative. Also, we just noticed this is kind of loose. So that's good to know, to take note of that as well. So we're gonna get a test it. So it looks like the actual nut on the outside of it is kind of loose. So we're gonna get some brake clean and clean off a little bit of it, and then we're gonna hook it on. Let me grab the brake clean and some rag. And we'll take out the light bar wiring as well, with those relays that are all stuck down here while we're in here also. I'll show you what I mean. But first we're just gonna spray a little bit, and we'll grab our rag. get the dirt off it. That's quite a bit better. And this looks like about a 13, I think, the knot on it. To take that off. So we'll take that stuff off before we put the battery charger on it. So here we go. Oh, gotta use a wrench. Actually, we might be able to get in here if we smooth the airbox over a touch. There. Looks like we're gonna get a wrench on those flaps. Looks like it's a 15 or 16. We'll grab both. Let's see if you guys can even see what I'm doing. Get a better view over here. There we go. All right, so not a 16, must be a 17. I guess. There we go. All right. I think this is, yeah, this is on loosen. And this down here is an 8. We'll take the negative off as well, so it's not making spark. Set that there, like that. Okay, well, for focusing on the positive now, I just took the negative off. So we'll get this down there so we don't lose nothing. Just got a tool bag down here to catch everything.
we're going to take these aftermarket wires out of here. Okay, you guys can see that. So remember we got that ratchet and this wrench, because you're gonna have to hold the flats on this side to spin the other one. Where you do it like that. I'll get a better angle for you guys. Move this. I think you'll see it better. Okay. So we can put the box stand on. We just broke it loose. Yep, we got it. Okay. So that little cap piece is up there. So these wires are what we're taking off. Okay, then they have them connected to ground here, so we're going to take those out too. Like a 10 millimeter. I'll show you what I'm talking about. We'll put these hooked together. Or this one goes like this. No. We can put it over here now because we got that open dead space now. I'm taking those wires out. We'll put this on so we don't lose anything. Okay, just like that. So over here, we'll trace it to over here. I'll show you. See, make sure we're actually seeing what I'm talking about. Okay, you can kind of see it. Let's get in there better. Right here, we're going to take that off the firewall, or not the firewall, like the inner fender, because this whole aftermarket thing is not going to be in there. It's more like in the way, and it's kind of like a fire hazard, you know, especially the person who owned this before wired it. So we're just going to get these things out of here. Then there's the whole thing with the relays here. I'll show you. It's all it all junctions too, all this stuff. Right here, this one has a relay. It goes for like their light bar. And then this here, this relay as well. And then it goes up to the firewall. And it seems like it's in there pretty good, so I'll have to trace that back up there. So let's see if I have a 10 millimeter sitting right here to get the ground off, and let's see if I can get a good visual for you guys. Yeah, all this came about from me trying to charge the battery, and then I had all these other things to do at the same time while I'm already there. So we're getting it all knocked out while we're there. And the posts of the batteries look pretty gross too. So it's not bad cleaning those up either. Because I'll show you why. Real quick. Help you out here. Why this stuff's like a safety hazard. Fire hazard / safety hazard. I'll show you. So I have that charger that I use on my van most of the time, but if I put on other vehicles, you can see And get the see that post, how it's kind of melted? It's because these things were dirty, these terminals. And when I hooked it up, I'll show you the charger I'm talking about. I'll walk inside and show you. I kind of melted the outside of the terminal a little bit. This is the charger right here. It's on the van, and it was on the negative side. If we can, got a light right here. Okay, that's not plugged in because I took the cord out. One moment. Okay, we got a light right here. I'll show you guys why it's important to keep your battery terminals clean, especially when you're trying to charge them. So right there, there's the negative side. See how the top has the plastic on the outside of the clip, but the bottom one doesn't? Well, it got damaged and like fell off and it kind of melted. If I can, I'll take the clip off and see if I can show you it. It kind of had like a, oops, my bad, like a char mark. There we go. There's the char mark. See that? That was on from my truck battery. So if you don't keep these terminals all clean and stuff, it can be like a fire hazard, guys. Plus, it'll make your stuff run better if you keep it clean. So just putting that out there. I wasn't too aware of that, but now I am. So let's go on back out there, and while I'm in here, let's see if we can get like a rag to wipe up residual oil, like greasy stuff off of those terminals. We got some rags right here. Let's see what we got in here. This will work. Clean, and it's lint free. So that checks all the boxes for me. So like I was saying, that's the terminal. It kind of melted it a little bit. Thankfully, it didn't get any farther than that. So real important cleaning this up since we're already right here. See how it gets dirt build up? Being here where I live here in Colorado, stuff gets kind of the residual dirt in the air. So let's get this back on the stand. Okay. Actually, I got that. We'll try out the power wash on it. I think that works better than the big clean also. Let me grab it. I mean, this stuff works pretty good for some stuff, not everything. We're going to give it a shot and cleaning the battery terminal stuff with it. We'll sparingly spray it on the outside here like this. It's first brand new bottle, so you just got to prime it a little bit. There we go. And if you ended up spilling any battery acid on stuff, you can take this regular baking soda and put it around any of the areas where the acid went, and it'll neutralize it, and you just wipe it up with a towel. And try not to get the battery acid on your skin or your clothes. It'll burn your clothes. It'll burn your hands or get in your eyes or any of that, okay? So let me grab this rag. We just go. It's right here. Oh, wow, yeah, that's not good, guys. It doesn't look like connections and it's covered by the metal itself. Let's see if we can get you guys over and in further so you can actually see the terminals. Oh, that's cool. It's balancing. Let's see if it's actually aimed where I wanted it. Kind of. I guess I can zoom it in some. Try to reach in here. It's not really. Got to aim down more. There we go. That's what we're looking at. Let's lock it in and then we'll continue. There we go. Here I might take charred parts and the dirty terminals while charging it. I know it's dirt. Thing's nasty. Let me put this wrench down so we don't lose our tools down in here. We'll put a little more cleaner on it. And if you guys can't see it that well from there, I'll show you the finished product here. Another little. Okay. Then we'll clean the top. It's been on there about 10 seconds or so. Oh, that's coming out pretty good. Yeah, I can live with that. Okay. Get this all cleaned up dry. No, then these, we'll clean these leads. This is the negative lead. It's kind of dirty. We'll get some of this on it and wipe that too. It'll smell nice too. That's an added bonus. Okay, and tuck that back away so it doesn't complete circuit by accident. Okay, so remember we got to get a 10 millimeter. I'm guessing 10 millimeter. It looks a lot like one. Let's see if we have one right here. Okay, we gotta go grab one inside. And just before we go ahead and clip any of these, the aftermarket wire stuff that's not hooked to anything, that we assume is not hooked to anything. Once we get this battery all hooked back up together without that stuff hooked on and this taken off, we're gonna, that's pretty loose. We're gonna put the key in the ignition with everything separated, and we'll see if the blower motor and stuff still works correctly. In case for some reason they put this whole harness stuff, this thing with all the aftermarket stuff with all the relays is somehow hooked into the blower motor or the radio or something, because it's hard to tell because I didn't do this, so they might have done something like that. We don't know until we know for sure. Let's get this. It's kind of a tight area. I mean, we technically could take the battery out for this, but I don't think it's really necessary. Just to take this one ground out. It's already like finger loose pretty much, but not quite. There's like 4 or 5 grounds on this thing. And it all looks like some sloppy stuff. That's not factory. Okay, these are going to this. Man, this looks like they had some wires that were originally here, then they clipped it. I don't know what's going on with it. They didn't even cap it or nothing. Luckily, it didn't get green cheese on it. I don't know what's up with that either. And then we got a couple more grounds here. Okay, this one goes to the actual chassis, so that one's important. Well, that one will go back. This one looks like it too. Looks like it goes to the headlights. So it looks like we got 2 actual grounds that are not relevant to the ones that the electrician or mechanic, whoever worked on this before, whatever they want to call themselves. So it looks like they just jumped it together with everything else. So junction it together. So we'll get these put back without that stuff on it. See how it goes. And then put it back together. I'll get it finger tight and then get it cinched just a little bit more with the wrench. Just so it's nice and tight, but it doesn't strip out or anything weird. Okay, it's starting to tighten up. Let's get it nice and snug. Oh, they kind of stripped it out. Of course they did. Somebody did. Okay. We'll try it like that. If we have to, we'll even make another hole if we have to, if it doesn't want to stay there. But it seems like that'll work. Let's get this plug back in. Okay. Right, we're over here now. Hey, Liam, Never Games, how's it going? Oh, let me back this up here. Okay. You got an 03 Suburban fix. It was just a faulty battery. Oh, nice. So you just took the battery and exchanged it for a core charge, and then you just got a new battery. That's good. Good to hear. Stuff runs so much better when you got a nice fresh battery. That's awesome. Just adjusting the stand, guys. Just bear with me a moment. Okay, so we just cleaned these terminals up. We just took these aftermarket wires out of here. That was like for like a light bar and whatever else. And then we'll turn and see. Just like that. So So we got these terminals cleaned up pretty good. Next thing we're gonna do is hook these leads back up to the battery, and then we'll hook the charger up to it. And don't go crazy to tighten these terminals up on your own battery, because these things will strip out pretty easily if you're not careful. Probably choke up on the wrench more, not holding it way out here. Let's get it nice and stuck. That's good, because it's like a really small amount of inch pounds for the torque specs on these. And then before we go any further, we'll take this power wash that we got and we'll spray on these terminals and then wipe them down. Oops, this thing's slipping through. It's cleaned up pretty good, so we'll go ahead and put these on. I think what we're gonna do is back this off, because now we don't have these. Oh wait, this is what we needed right here. This should work still. This little end here. Then take this knot and cap it. My bad, guys. I'll have to adjust the camera. Get it started, then I'll adjust it. Okay, looks like we got it started on the threads. Okay, here we go. Let's get over here so you guys can see what I'm actually doing. See if I can find a spot to park that actually can show what I'm looking at. Right there, that's what we're working on right now. So that'll work. And then I'll come from this way so you won't get blocked by my hands. I'll put the 17 and then the 15. Make sure it's on tight. Let me make sure if you guys can still see it. That's what counts. Oh, we're falling down. We're gonna get it. Let me get it on there and I'll adjust it. Okay, we got it on there. Right here. Don't go too crazy tightening this, just choke up on your ratchet and your wrenches for these kind of fasteners. Okay, it's starting to tighten, or get tight. should be pretty good. Let's get their ratchet back. Okay. And then for the ground side, it's a 10 millimeter. And we'll show you the ground. Right there. And that got kind of boogered up by the charger. Because this thing was dirty. And if you put a charger on it and it's dirty, you gotta be careful. It's like a fire hazard. So just something to know. I figured that out. Luckily it didn't burn nothing. Just made it look fugly. Okay, so we got our little terminal thing here. I try to set little tiny pieces aside because if you try to set them on the battery or somewhere, you might bump it and lose it. So I got this little tool bag down here. I just threw it in that, or a parts tray or something. So this right here, we'll clean this down a little bit too with this power wash spray. It's just dishwashing stuff. Here's our rag, clean lint-free rag. Basically some clothes we don't care about. Get it all nice and clean. All right, so, ow, bumped my head into the hood. That kind of didn't feel good. Okay, thread it through. This actually looks a lot better. I'm kind of glad I did all this. Just make sure we have all our connections on. Like, don't leave out your alternator, power supply, and whatnot. Okay, let's get our wrench on it. Oh wait, this is an 8. I have an 8 here. 10 was the ground. That's why we had the 10 out. The ground that was for the headlights and the battery itself. Okay, still. So really carefully tighten this up and don't go too much because these will strip out easily. And you gotta like tap it like a bigger size, and that's not fun stuff. Or if you really mess it up, you have to get a whole new battery. So we choked up really tight on the wrench, like really close up to the end is what I meant, like here instead of way out here. Okay, so that's all done. This should be good to go for the charger on it. So red to positive and black to negative. So right there. Okay, we'll make sure you guys can see it. We'll leave the negative one. And I'll back up and show you what I did to the positive. But it's pretty straightforward. Okay. Since this thing was about with the multimeter, we get the multimeter. I still have that out here. We'll show what the battery voltage is before we start charging. Just trying to get you guys sitting still here. Oh, the most flat spot's got stuff on it. Let's move that over. And let's go up here. That's pretty good. So now I'll show you the multimeter on there. Here we go. Oh, probably help if you can see it. Okay, so we'll set it to voltage DC. So AC is the one with the wave. DC is like the one right above it on this multimeter. Okay, so it starts auto ranging. We'll adjust the camera just a little bit so you get a better view. Let's try that. Okay, so positive and then negative. Try to get on there better. Yeah, we're not getting a solid connection yet. I'll get my head in there. Bear with me. Okay, so we're about 12.58 right now. And this is a absorbed glass matte battery, AGM. So these are usually run around a 13. So we're down somewhat from what we normally have it. So we're going to go ahead and put these, we're going to go ahead and put this battery charger on it. Okay, the battery charger is already on it, so we just have to plug it in now and turn the button on. There we go. Here we go. Let's see, show you what's going on here. Trying to zoom out a bit. There you go. So it's just on regular charge mode. You can see the rapid charge, just the maintain and engine start. It's not a super high powered one, but it's pretty good. Oh no, the battery didn't die. Didn't die. It I was just going through and cleaning up the terminals, and I took off the aftermarket wire stuff from the previous owner. Did that, all the relays and stuff, and we're gonna turn the key on to see if we're gonna see if it what do you call it? If everything still runs okay with this stuff off, just to be sure. So in case they put this into spliced into some circuit or some kind of weird thing before we go ahead and remove it completely, if that makes sense. So let's move into the cab of the truck now. Okay. All right, so we're gonna try turning the key to the run position. Last click before it goes to actually turn over the engine. Right, yes, so I'm trying to just chase down these issues and figure out if anything's actually spliced into those aftermarket wires, and see if we even need them in there at all. And if we do need them in there, then we can go ahead and try to get them out of there. go. Okay, blower still comes on with it on off settings, so I don't know if it's fair enough to say we're gonna take that wire out here, because I'm pretty sure that's what these leads are right here. When we came to right here, these two wires coming from that part. Or no, this wire is the actual, I believe, the power off the car. We'll go through and check our wiring diagram to be sure of that. So that way, that's the last part, is to make sure all these wires, they seem here to be what they say, what they are labeled as. So what we did figure out here, John, if you're still in here, was that this yellow wire, we'll get the camera over here more, but we did that little test. Let me get you guys over on this side. At least I'll feel good not knowing. Yeah, this is a manual transmission. So we'll go on this side and I'll show you what that yellow inline fuse was in the wrong spot. Confirmed it by doing the diagrams, labeling it with all that masking tape with the pen. Yeah, because I'll show you, we had it looped back to itself. It wasn't even feeding the head unit, so that kind of makes sense why it wasn't getting power. You know, guess if it's getting starved of power, then how's it going to power up? You know, because it's like a dog eating its tail kind of thing. It wasn't going into where it's supposed to. Just trying to get the stand set up so then I don't have to hold the camera. Okay, we got it. So right here is what I was talking about. So I think I did a boo-boo by clipping the end of that, because it looks, according to the diagram, that goes into the back of the head unit here, right here. One of these little, the male end clip that it had on the end. I think I'm gonna have to get a new one of those type of whatever you call it. I can't think of the right term. I'm not sure, but because it looks like it's got one hole that's where that would go. So through process of elimination, it's pretty simple. And you see that's that one hole right here. Okay, so we'll set this back here. And then we're going to trace this yellow one with the inline fuse, because that's the one that's supposed to come from the head unit. And then follow, because we ended up labeling it coming off of here. So we got it, so we don't screw this up. Right here. See what we have it labeled as. Coming from the harness side. 12-volt memory. So that's power on this part that comes from the harness. Then we're at junctions out of here. Memory, volt battery. So to think where we went wrong was this is supposed to, instead of, so it's supposed to come, so it looks like to me the power feed is supposed to come from where we had it, but it's supposed to go into this harness. Okay, wait, it does. So where we went wrong is that we hooked it into the harness, the back side of this harness, where it's supposed to come. Okay, let me trace this stuff one moment. Take a speaker pin wire out. Oh, that's a good idea. And then just transplant it, right? So what's this red one? Accessory, that's probably important. Well, they're all important, but you know what I mean? Let's see what this one is. Right rear negative. We could go with that, right? Oh, turn this here. Try that. And how, do you know how to get these out without breaking them? Or if this whole thing clips out. Yeah, I think it looks like it clips out. Because I know you don't just pull from the wires, you have to pull from the clip, the harness itself. Looks like this thing slides kind of off. Okay, maybe not. If I can get in there. There we go. We did it, guys. I'll set the head unit down. And then we'll follow that. This purple will be okay. So do I push it out from the inside like with like something that fills up the surface area of that so we're not messing stuff up? It looks like you just push them backward. I think they're called like butt connectors or something. No, not butt connectors. The word was just on the tip of my tongue and I can't think of it. Okay, let's see. Use a wire or paper clip. A pin is up. You pinch it down with a pick. Okay, I got some little picks inside in the garage. Some paper clips and a pick. Or like a safety pin. So, this is the one. So they got kind of like little barbs on them, right? On the sides that kind of like help it stick in there, don't they? So let's grab, I might have safety pin around here. I'll grab a safety pin, I'll grab a pick. Let's get, drink of this water here. I think we're getting closer to figuring this out though. And I do feel better disconnecting that aftermarket relay wire thing. Because that's just being energized with nothing on it, so it could like potentially short out on something. Because it was like directly hooked to the battery. And then hooked to the battery ground, so that thing had solid connection. And it could have just shorted out something. So I think that's a safer thing getting that out there. Call them wings, yeah, that makes sense. Because I remember when I looked at the one that I clipped before I realized I needed it. Well, sometimes that's how it works. We just work around it, and it's all we got to do is rework this last wire right here, and then get it into the head unit, and then we'll see if that does it. Because then if that doesn't do it, we'll make sure all these are all hooked together, and then we'll go further into it. But we'll focus on this for now. So let me get a pick and the safety pin. Or a paper clip, either one. All right, I think this is what we were looking for. Got a pretty small pick. Kind of got chewed by the dog on the handle. But the part we're using is this. So, and a safety pin. All right. So we're gonna extract the purple with the black tracer. Yeah. Hey Peter Bishop, how's it going? Thanks for coming. Yeah, it's still a new stereo. This has been a long time coming of me putting this off to go through and figure out why the radio wasn't working, because the previous owner had a bunch of aftermarket stuff that was all wired incorrectly. Like this wire was spliced into the wire of the radio. This wire going to like a light bar to the battery, and then I don't know what they were doing, and a bunch of different light bars and different weird things, and they had a sound system in this, so there's like a giant power amp cable going through it, and all that stuff was gone out of this. This thing never had the radio working when I got it in my possession. I've had this truck about 5 years. So I'm just like, well, might as well go through and figure out what's going on with the radio. So I think we're closer than ever to actually figuring this out. New truck. What's up, John Salt? Thanks for coming. And Bucket Hat King. How's it going? Thanks for watching and commenting. I appreciate it. So, yeah, it looks like these have to go back through. So let's make sure we're doing the right one before we start touching stuff and breaking stuff. Okay, black with purple tracer, that's the one. So you can see through the clear plastic if I can get it focused a bit for you guys. Okay, it's leaning, hang on. Okay, let's try that. So here's a black purple tracer. Let me see if I can zoom it in for you guys. So it's kind of like a clear plastic, kind of whitish clear. You can see how it goes from this area here, this area here, through here, and it goes all the way to like the end. So I think we get something that's wide enough. Oh, something that's wide enough, about that size. Maybe like a blunt-ended nail or something that's skinny, like basically the same diameter. We just punch it straight back out. That way we'd like reduce the risk of like collateral damage of like, or like breaking something. And then like getting it out, but then we broke it, you know what I mean? So to prevent that kind of thing. Yeah, I agree there, Peter. So we did a lot of that. That's what a lot of these labels are right here. But the one that is in the wrong spot so far for the wire harness here to the head unit is this one here with the fuse. This one is not lined up or not wired incorrectly. And we accidentally took the little clip off of the back of this yellow one here yesterday, thinking that this was right, but it wasn't. So just to test the theory, or just to get it in the right spot, and we're gonna borrow this purple one here, the end of it, so we can test that without having to like go right to the store and get it, you know. So I'm thinking maybe with a little tiny screwdriver. I have some small ones. that might be about the same diameter to just go right in there and just punch it straight back out. Well, yeah, thanks for the comment there, Peter. You're right. I agree with you. So let me see what I got for a tiny screwdriver. Let's try this, guys. Show you what we're gonna try. So we got these little screwdriver bits. I'll see if any of these. I think this one with the right here, right there. I think that one might be the. I mean, I think that'd probably be the best bet. And if that doesn't work, we'll try these other ones, these Phillips. They're just trying to get something that gets the most contact to the surface area. And we got this little hammer too. Let me back this up a little bit. That's better. So here, we just keep them right on the rail and just try to test fit. That one seems pretty good. For this Phillips on the end. You want the one that fits the tightest, but not too tight that it just blows out the plastic housing either. Okay, that gets bigger and bigger. This one's kind of good. It's kind of loose though. Loose again. This one's pretty good, but then it might like cut into the sides. So I think we might go with this Phillips head one here. Let's see, we got some comments. Then the accessories, power that cuts in when the headlights come on to dim the display, power for electric, arrow, that might have been a typo. But you have to put the pin in the back and clip down, and you should just be able to pull the wire out. Okay. Well, yeah, that's why we're just taking our time and getting feedback from you guys before I go ahead and do something and break stuff. So put the pin in the back. Okay. So here's our pin. So just guide me through this here, John. So through the back, is this like through this side? Is that what you're talking about? Or, oh yeah, John. Okay. Pins usually have small, yeah, they look like they got little barbs, like little wings. Small tabs that stick out so you can't push them out. You may have to push the tabs. Ah, okay. Okay, yes. Yeah, so the back. Okay. So it sounds like three of you guys seem to have a good idea of what to do. So we're going to go with that. So put this pin through here. Oh yeah, I see a little area where you can fit like a paper clip. Yeah. Kind of tight. Okay, I got the pin to go about that way, and then it stops. Oh, okay, from the UK. Okay, so that makes sense. How's it going from the UK? That's cool. We're here in Colorado, USA. So, um, cool to hear from you. I got a couple buddies from UK on here. Like how they got the GMs and they call them Opals, is what he was telling me. So if we pushed in, because there's a little like air gap on the top, that's where we got the pin in. So I'm just taking our time to make sure we do it right. I'm not trying to just rush and then it's broken. This is kind of delicate stuff. If you go, you know, too rough with it, then you break your stuff. So, what do you think's the next year for me on this? Because I know we don't want to just yank on this stuff. That's where he just screws it up. Yeah, same here. It's starting to get cold. I think it could be I'm getting your messages late there, John. It's okay. We're not in a rush here. I'm getting the feedback. Having you guys chime in on what you think's right or wrong. Then adjusting accordingly, you know. Okay. Yes, if you look in the back of the plug, you should be able to see where the clip is. Oh, so you can actually see the little barb type clip. I think we can kind of see. It's kind of like a whitish plastic. I see there's like little cut things. Let's see if I can zoom in for you guys. Okay, that's pretty good. So it looks like I'm shaking a lot, but I'm kind of not. It's just it zoomed in a lot. So, okay. You usually do it on the back, and there's like a tiny little piece, very tiny, and then the pin itself that locks in. It's on the metal pin. Okay, Sam. Thanks for coming, Sam. How's it going? One clip, push down, pull out. Okay. So let's make sure we got this on the right one. Okay, this bottom purple with the black tracer is what we're going to go at. So should I use this paper clip or the pick? This is the paper clip. So these little things right here, is that the wings you guys were talking about? Right here. Where you see the one here and then the one here. About there. Okay, whatever's smallest. Yeah, the paper clip's probably about like 10 times skinnier. Well, probably not that. That's kind of exaggerated. Probably not that much. About 3 times skinnier at least. So what do I go like push down into this little groove area? Oh, I'm trying to get my hand out of the way. Then just pry up or something. Okay, Peter says you can get a tool. You insert into the plug that pushes the tabs in so you can pull the cable from. Oh yeah, that'd be nice if we did have the tool. That makes sense that they make a tool to release them. I'll have to look into getting them. So they call it like a depinning tool. I think there was something to do with like I know people doing like LS swaps, and there's something like seam stitch tool. I think that's for cutting open like wire looms. So I think it's kind of not the same that we're talking about though. You should see the tabs from the other side. Okay, let's take a look. Let's make sure we're on the same thing. Black with purple tracing, okay. So this top one right here where my finger is touching, like moving. I'm actually able to see it better magnified looking through the camera here, so. Antonio Robles, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Appreciate it. How you doing today, Antonio? It looks like I can like push into this part right between. There's like a little gap in between. Does that look right? I'm just waiting to get confirmation for sure before we do anything and break something. So try to push it. Oh, it looks like it's doing something. Oops. Try not to block the view, guys. Or poke my hand. Oh, kind of blocking it. I know there's not a whole lot holding these in. It just seems way more complicated than I'm making it to be. Let's keep trying though. Oops, trying to keep it in frame. My bad, guys. Zoomed in quite a bit. Okay, do it like that. All right, let's try it. I think I see those little barb wing things down just a touch. If I can, you see it right here through the plastic coming off of this part, going down into here. I think it's moving a little bit. Oh, Peter, we were trying to get it out because we needed the yellow one I screwed up with yesterday. I didn't realize the barb off of that was supposed to go into this, and we put it into the back of this other harness. So it's not actually feeding the head unit like it was supposed to. After going through the diagram, we realized that. That's the only area that so far that looked like it was wrong on my part. But it's pretty easily correctable once we get this out. But yeah, good question. So I think we got thrown for a loop on that because the power feed line had that splice from the previous owner going to like their light bar. They had it spliced into the radio for some reason. Into the power of that radio. And then we got that issue with the blower motor always being on, even when it's on the off setting. And that's not normal. We gotta do it from the rear. Okay, let's try that. just keep trying until we get it. Oh, we got it go all the way through. Looks like there's not a lot blocking the way through it. Can't really see if we can get it loose. Oh, that's because it went straight through the center. Okay, that makes sense. Because yeah, I could easily get these out all quick, but would it be intact still? Probably not. So we're just trying to be keep it in one piece. On top or bottom there too. You don't think I could just take that that bit and just whack it backwards out with the little hammer? Okay, this one right here. Or try to push it at least, see if it does anything. Okay, it doesn't seem to. Yeah, they got those barbs that just prevent it from being pushed out, huh? I mean, we could try to tap it a little bit with a hammer. I'm getting poked by the pin, yeah. Or you guys think I should get the sledgehammer out? I'm just kidding. That won't work. If the pin wasn't bent. Yeah, the pin's kind of bent. Let me see if I can tap the pin to make it flat more. I'm gonna put the pin right here. Let's try that. See if we got something to tap it against. Or a pair of pliers. I got a pair of pliers in here. Just gotta move the camera to get it out. Oh, probably nice if you can see what we're looking at. There we go. Here we go, some pliers. So it's kind of cockeyed, so try to get it straight. Oops. Almost all the way straight. Let's just bend it back a touch. I went a little too far the other way. I think that'll do. Oops. Now let's go back to our plug. Purple black tracer right here. See if we can just push it. I want to make sure my finger is not in the way when this thing lets go. Okay, it's kind of loose in there now. Like it has some play. I can get it to wiggle back and forth. Yeah, it would be nice having the right tool. Oh, I see those little barbs. Okay, that's what we're fighting. That's what's holding it up. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Along the plastic, right along the plastic of the housing, on the sides. Push a pin on both sides. Oh, okay. So that's what you meant. Okay. So I can see the one. I get the one here. Yeah, I think I see what you're talking about. Okay, it'd be nice if you guys could see though. So right there's that little wing, one wing. If we get behind it, try to get behind it. So you see the two wings, one right there, one right there. So we'll try to get on behind this one on this side, and we'll take the pick on the other side. See if we can get those to stop grabbing onto the wall of the clip thing. My bad, it's kind of hard to keep it in frame while I'm doing this. I'm trying though. Maybe it looks like it come from the other side. No, you don't see anything from the... Yeah, you have to go through the back. You're right there, Peter. Yep. Or if I could just bend them over and then just pull it straight out. It's kind of firm though. It's like holding up to my safety pin. I'm pulling against it or pushing against it. Let's just try to get it worked out a little bit and then see if we can just pull it straight out after. Okay. And no, not yet. Actually, getting a little bit of play. It's not enough. Let's see if we can try to yank it carefully. No. Not quite yet. Oh, pull it at the same... Yeah, that makes sense. Otherwise, it just keeps going back in the groove. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Glad you thought of that. Let's keep trying. So right there, that wing. We'll get it against the wing and then pull. It's hard to tell if I'm like past it or on it. Okay, I think I'm on it. Keeps on moving. Okay, we're gonna try to pull it at the same time. Oh no. It's like you gotta do better than that. pretty stiff in there because bending my safety pin pretty good. I feel like we're getting somewhere though. If I had like a tiny pair of pliers to get in there, like not quite tweezers, we need something with more grip, strength. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's what I think I should. We'll try with the pick. Let's try with the pick. We get a little more rigidity. We'll see if we can fit it in there though. I think it's like one of the smallest picks I have. I might have one smaller or a couple. Let's try to get it in frame. Yeah, I agree with you, John. That'd be just awesome if you. I'll have to look into getting that tool after this. That's the thing. Once you come across something like this, and then you know you need the tool. What's the name of the tool, if you don't mind if you don't mind me asking? Okay, I kind of got it out of frame. My bad. I think we're getting somewhere. It's gotten some play now. Okay, there's a barb. It's a barb that's behind the plastic, so I have to grip around. That's what I was doing wrong. So I have to like go behind it, and then pry upward to give it clearance to come out. If that makes sense. So let's push it in more. Whoop. But yeah, I think this pick's the way to go because that safety pin is just not rigid enough. Let me grab my pick. I dropped it. Oops. All right, we're back, guys. Electronic pin removal tool. Okay, I'm gonna make a screenshot of that so I can go back to this to check out that tool. So that's definitely a tool I want to get in the future because this kind of sucks doing it the way I'm doing it. Oh, we have the adapter in it. We just wired in one of these wires wrong. Thanks for commenting, Slideways Chaser. You can use a paper clip, put it in a C shape, push it straight in on the sides of the metal pin along the house, and then it'll pop right out. Don't pull too hard, they can be a right pain to do. ITMM. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a pain. We've been fighting this thing for a little bit. Okay, here we go. We got a little bit of play going with it. Okay, whoops. Try not to knock anything down. So we had to go through the back side. One moment here. Let me plug the charger in here on this camera. Let's charge this. And luckily, the battery charger got done too, so that's perfect timing. So, all right, now we're back on power. All right, here we go. See if I missed any comments here. Terminal pin removal tool, I think they're called. Okay. They are a ring full of weird looking keys. Oh, okay. Because you have a bunch of different ones for different size ones. I think, right? Because there's like bigger wire size, therefore a bigger key. Yeah, we're almost there. I'm trying to get it in frame for you guys. It's not the most photogenic looking thing. Whoops. I think I almost had it. Trying to dig around over the barbs and then just pull it out right out. No, that didn't work yet. Didn't get the sweet spot yet. Try to go from this side. And these little metal clips are like Chinesium, so I didn't want to try to bash it through with a hammer either, with like a something to probably screw it up. Because yeah, I'd probably get it out, but it's all mangled and it won't work for what I need it for. It's got quite a bit of play in it now. I think we're almost there. Oh, jeez, it's still in there. They don't let go, man. I'm rich. I have a car. Thanks for comments in ZHZ. Do I know how to work on cars? Your dash lights went out. What kind of car? Scott, thanks for commenting. Let's see what missed a comment here. Peter, Amazon or Temu, I guess. Mind you, your vehicle accessory shops are much better than what we have. Thanks for that. Let's continue. Whoops. Keep bumping the camera. One moment. Let me get this thing in a better spot. Oh, nice, dude. I used to have an 08 Trailblazer. What a coincidence. I used to have an LT with the inline 4.2 liter. Nice, man. So the dash is not... Your dash lights are going out? Or they went out? Like all completely? Or do you have some still working? Those are like little bulbs that are inside the dashboard cluster. It's really similar to what this truck's like. The pick's just too thick. Okay. Yeah, we'll switch back to the paper clip. I'm trying to get this to sit right. It's like the console center is just not really designed for this kind of thing. Okay, let's see where I put that paper clip. Okay, I see it. Got this drink container, keeps bumping the camera, so I'm gonna move that back here. There. Now we got more space. What kind of engine and all that is in your Trailblazer? That's pretty cool. it was a black one and it had the sunroof in it. I had a white 2002 Trailblazer as well. I have a 98 Trailblazer out here, and I'm looking to get another it's a 98 Blazer. Sorry, I had like an S10 Blazer. Okay, 4.2. Yeah, you came to the right place about Trailblazer stuff. So we're gonna go through the backside because I don't know what I was doing poking there. You think the tip from that might work. That's probably more rigid. Okay, it's got the play. I'm trying to get it in focus for you guys. Here's is purple. That's nice. Is it an LT or an LS trim package? Okay. Amen, John 3:16. Thanks for commenting, Russell. Thanks for watching as well. It was working, I cut it off, and it quit working. All the gauges work. Huh. So just the lights don't light up on it now? You could check your fuses also. Now, if you do it from the siding of the plastic of the pin, pry towards center of pin. Okay, so towards the side. Okay, go towards the inside, on the side of the plastic on the inside. And pry towards the center. Okay. Let's try to do that and get it in frame for you guys. Yeah, it's awesome. You got an 08 Trailblazer. I just did some videos on a 06 Envoy XL Denali. Their buddy there at church has one. It's got the 5.3 engine in his. It's got the third row seat. It's only got like 180,000 miles on his too. I made a couple shorts on it. He's kind of fed up with it because he hates the oil leaks on it, and he doesn't want to have it down with the downtime to get it fixed because he's driving it all the time. Doesn't really have another car to cover that stuff while he's, to drive in the meantime. I mean, let's try to. Or should I just take my drill gun with a tiny bit and just drill out the plastic that's holding it back? Kind of thinking that. I just don't want to collateral damage the wire though at the same time. Oh, I think we got it. Or it's trying to. Ow. Let's just see. It's looser than ever. Let go. It won't let go yet. Okay. Oh, I see what's holding it up, I think. This side. Oh, whoops. This side here. On the left here. I can see. It's got quite a bit of play now. It's not quite enough yet. Let's try to like just scoop it out with the pick. No, not yet. Oh, okay. I'm gonna open this other door. It's getting hot over here. If the truck wasn't painted white, I'd be having a heat stroke right now. It's super hot here, guys. Even for fall weather. But I'm gonna enjoy it while we still got it, because it's getting colder and colder by the day. Let's continue. And I can actually see better here with the door open too. I thought maybe that was going to help cool it down, but it had the opposite effect. Trying to get it so you guys can see what I'm doing too. No, oh man. No, that's gonna break. I'm not doing that. Okay, I see what we can try now. Try going through here. Just need something more rigid. Let's use this. Or try to. Okay, we got a couple more. When you eventually get it out, make sure you pull the retaining clips open a bit before you pull the wire back in. Or put the wire back in? Okay. I'll try to remember to do that. Thanks for that, John. We got two Johns talking. John with a H and then John with a no H. He's still hanging on to that. Jeez. He doesn't want to go. They really put these in here. It's hard to get them out if you don't have the right tool, huh? Let's try to get it. Let's try it now. It's still in there. was hoping I like removed the plastic that was holding it back, or those wings. Oh. It's like okay, the clip's still in there. Oh well, it's okay. I figured something like that was gonna happen. I guess that's why you need the right tool, right? Use the thin pin, it won't damage it. Let's try that. Because we're trying to get that clip out, that's what we need. Like a delicate operation. Whoops, I bumped the camera. I could just put that like this bit or whatever back through here and just pound it out straight through, right? Or is that gonna break everything? I'm working on the wrong side. Oh, try this side. Oops. I had like a skinny pliers or something to get in there. Cause this is probably like Chinesium metal, so it's like it's gonna fold on itself and it's not even gonna want to come out if I try to start pounding it, I think. I mean, we could try it though. I mean, we already. Let me try it. Let's get this out of the holder. Okay, right here. Gotta put it against something that's solid. Where we got it solid here. I got a 2x4. Let me grab that. Here we go. Oh, we're gonna aim down. Let's aim down so you can see it. Okay. Here's a tiny flathead. Oh, instead of the Phillips. Let's switch to one of them. So we'll do put it in each one and test it. See which one fits the best. Which one's the one? Okay, right here. So right here in this top corner. No. That one looks like what we're looking for. Third one in. Let's take that one out. We'll put this little Phillips one back. Okay. Those things will get lost real easy if I don't put them back in. Okay, let's put it through this side. Like that, and then we got our 2x4 to rest it on my leg here. We got our little hammer. Oh, don't. Yeah. I kind of figured that. Let's try to push it through. Yeah, it's really in there. I think I can kind of get to the. At least I can work on it with the 2x4 here to have like a little thing to work on it on top of. Okay, I think it's like I'm prying some stuff over. See if we can push it. Oh no. Keep using the pin on the rear, doing what you were doing. Okay. Though there are wire snippers you can get with an attachment to pull pins. Oh, thanks for that unbounded solid. Let me see if there's other comments that I missed. Okay. Yeah, thanks for commenting on unbounded solid. Appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure this thing's not going to slip down. That's better. Okay. So keep going. Yeah, we definitely got to get the right tool for this stuff. Totally agree with you there. It's definitely pretty memorable about how these pins, if you don't have the right tool. Definitely, it'd be nice if you guys could see what I'm doing. All this just to get a pin out to put on the yellow one. Yeah, without that tool, it's like almost impossible to get these out in one piece. Oh, yeah. I hear you there, Unbounded. That's how it feels right now. It's like, wow, these little pins. They go in good. They're not really meant to come out. It kind of feels like it's ready to come out, but is it going to be enough intact to even use it? Yeah. Kind of looks like it's falling apart. It's like made out of paperclip material, it looks like. Yeah. Definitely gonna look up getting this tool. This sucks. It's still just not coming out. But we're trying. You know. See, I learned something new. I got to get one of these tools. I didn't know about these tools. I never had to really mess with these pins before. So even from this collateral or whatever, not really collateral damage, but damage in this and this, we get what do we end up? We're getting 2 pins, 2 of the pin ends, the plugins. Like, what do they call these things? So I can actually order the right parts. If you guys know, please chime in. Yeah, oh yeah, we definitely know it's Barb. Barb, thanks for commenting, James. We have to end up getting new 2 new pins because we tried to get this out without the right tool. Take the purple one so we could attach it to the yellow one to see if we could get this to power up, because we messed up on the wiring of all that, because we got a lot of this stuff labeled up, but that's the one of the wires that wasn't in the right spot. Yeah, this is I didn't know this sucked that bad trying to do this without the tool. I can imagine the tool works like pretty quick. Like, it's kind of like the fuel line disconnect tool on that expedition we got here. I was trying to do it without the tool, and I was like, no. I went ahead and ordered the tool and just waited till it showed up to do it, and that worked good. Yeah, these are meant to stay in there unless you got the right tool. That terminal pin removal toolkit. Okay, take a screenshot of that. I'll try to. Okay, we got a screenshot there. So that way I can look that up. I'm definitely going to get that. This is not cool trying to do this because you can't even, it's like I'm basically just boogering it up and making it worse than it would have been. But that's how you learn, you know. It's not a big deal. It's just little pins. So we'll look at getting terminal pin too. We'll get a couple, or maybe like a multi-pack of them. They're probably cheap. Okay, so you're saying pick's the best tool? I guess if a pick's the best tool, maybe not in my hands. Yeah. Oh yeah, we don't mind spending $11. That sounds like $11 well spent. Cause look at this. This thing's just a mess. Hopefully there's enough left of that one, so when I do get the tool, we can take that out. But we did get farther. We figured out that this thing. I'll show you what the whole point of this, what we're doing. So when we went through the wiring diagram for the wire harness itself coming from the head unit to the wire harness of the vehicle itself, the one thing that didn't look like the others that was out of place was this wire here. We put it into the main wire here coming off of the harness. But what we did is it's supposed to go, for some reason, the person who spliced this, who had it before me, this wire is supposed to go right into this. So it looks like we need another pin for this wire to go right into this harness off of the car or the truck itself from this back side here. But what they did is they had this spliced open and they put like their light bar into this for some reason, the power supply to the radio. And we ended up trying to hook it into here, over here, wrong. So this is supposed this part here with the fuse is supposed to go with that little plug that we were trying so hard to get out just a little while ago. This is supposed to go with one of those little plug-in things to the back of the radio here, into this part where that little pigtail thing right here, this thing is supposed to go into the back of this with that yellow, and then that yellow is supposed to hook up or be hardwired to this other yellow, and then the feed wire that goes to feed all that from here where it was screwed up to begin with is supposed to go with one of those plugs. So I need like 3 of those plugs or 4 of those little the pin pushed in pin things that we were just messing with. So this is supposed to feed into this, but this was messed up from the previous owner or whoever did that, where this is supposed to go into the back of this and not just here. And like, so that's where it's kind of screwed up right now. So that's the next phase coming up here. So it looks like we have to get one of those tools, some of those push connector things. Okay, so let's talk about some of the comments here. Let's see. Got quite a few here. You get all types in one kit. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for that, White Stag. I appreciate the comment and saying that. You think like from Amazon or like an auto parts store? It just takes patience, and Corky Turtle says, and not pulling hard. Just find the locking tabs, bend them out, and then wiggle the wire. Yeah, I guess it takes some practice. I don't feel like I'm just gonna give up and never try again. You know, it's first time coming at it, this type of thing for me. So now I'll come back and get the right tool, and it makes it a million times easier. You gotta just rip it out the back using pliers and hope the prong came. It kind of felt like it might have been better to trying that today, because I was really messing with it and then just ended up mangling it. It's okay though. I got you. Car wiring harness stuff can be a headache. Yeah, I agree. Thanks for that, White Stag. Rooster Cogburn. What am I trying to do? Guess you just missed what I was saying, but I'll explain again. Thank you for stopping in and commenting. So what we were trying to do is get this radio working. We've had this truck for like about 5 years, and the radio's never worked in it. Upon going into diving into it, we found out the power feed wire was spliced into for some reason by this whoever did this wiring job. They put a light bar wires spliced into the power feed for some reason to the radio to power their light bar. And because this wire is supposed to go with one of those connectors, the push pin connector type thing, into the back of this wire harness that feeds the radio. And it would have been a done deal, and this wouldn't have been messed up. So what they did is they spliced it in their light bar, where this originally was supposed to go into the back of this. And then we found out when we were going along, we had our feed wire that goes to the radio, this 10 amp thing that's in my hand. This is supposed to have a plug-in thing that we accidentally clipped off thinking we had it all right, but we didn't. So we butt connected it by accident to the wrong spot where it's supposed to go after going through the 3 different diagrams. The one diagram's for the truck itself. Next diagram's for this wiring harness that goes to the truck wiring harness. Then the next wiring diagram goes to the stereo head unit, so we know where everything is. So we went through ahead and labeled everything right here. Everything up until the inside of this, because this didn't get like messed with, as far as I know, besides that power feed wire. So we didn't go through and label all this. That looks OEM like correct. The only thing that's not is that they, for some reason, spliced into the power feed for the radio to feed their light bar. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's a fuse holder. Yep, yeah, it's a fuse holder. Yep. So that's what this is the main power, one of the main powers. For it's labeled right here. So what I did is this is the memory 10 amp. Okay. And then down here we have another. Yeah. Thanks for commenting, Uncanny. How you doing? Good to see you in here. So up here, where the yellow comes from the wire harness, let's see, that's 12-volt battery memory coming from this. So that part looks right. It looks like where we went wrong is this was feeding. It's just kind of a little bit wrong. We'll see. We'll clarify what's going on here. So this wire here, the yellow part I'm touching, this part, it's supposed to go from here to the back of the radio head unit, okay? And it's supposed to have one of those little plugs that we were just screwing around with trying to get the piece off because we accidentally clipped it off and wired it into this part by accident yesterday before we went ahead and went through all the diagrams. We had everything pretty much right except for that. So now that we know that, we have to get some new plug, those new the terminal pin things, and attach it to this so we can put it into the back of the head unit. And then this power feed one needs a plug, needs the same type of plug, the pin connector thing to go into the back of this main harness from the truck itself. It's to fix what the previous owner did when they spliced into it with a light bar. Yeah, the end-link fuse. We got it all labeled here. So somewhere on all these tape things. So green front speaker or rear. Let's see. We got left and right front right here. Let's see what colors they are. So off of the harness itself, we got like a white and a gray. The old clip got screwed up by me trying to get it out so we could try to switch it over without the right tool. So we're going to end up getting a couple new clips and the clip removal tool. So it's something we came up to. Okay, so green's rear. Howdy, how's it going, Mark? Good to see you. Yeah. So now we know we need that terminal release tool, and we need some of the new terminals to replace the ones that are boogered up. And we still have to wire this orange, I think it's the dimmer, illumination. Yeah. It was like I didn't know until you get in there. And that's how you learn, Now you know what not to do on certain things. Oh, I still have to get the adapter for the antenna too. Good, thanks for reminding me, Mark. We'll end up we'll put that on the list here. Actually, we got a paper, and we can have a section just for the radio stuff because we went through and we got stuff like. Let me back the camera, zoom up stuff a little bit. Okay, I guess that's already backed up. So let me pull this up here. So stuff coming up. Not all this stuff is like super urgent. And some of the stuff's while we're in there. Because also, if you're just tuning in there, Mark and Uncandy, I think you remember me talking about how the blower motor's on constant even when it's in the off position. So it's either something to do with the resistor or something. The previous owner or whoever worked on the electrical stuff, they ended up going through and like trying to get the zoom back. They ended up for some reason, even in the off position, the blower motor is always on as long as the key's on. So let's write that adapter before we get talking about stuff that's not relevant. Yeah, the blower motor is always running. Even it barely running, but it's still running, and that's like, it's not supposed to be like that. So for radio stuff, let me put this down here so you guys can see what I'm writing. So got these tools on here. Let's move this stuff. Whoops. Let's move this stuff. So yeah, we go through and make a checklist of things, problems to overcome coming up. I like kind of, keeping a sheet of this stuff. Is that what you think's going on Candy? That sounds like a probable thing. Sounds pretty what do you call it? It makes sense. Yeah, it's a Chevy. Yeah, it's a 88 Chevy K1500 owned by some person that thought they were an electrician or whatever they thought they were. So they basically boogered things up and then sold it. So, adapter for the antenna. So radio stuff. Oh, it's right. Let's call it that. Then circle with like a triangle or stars. Okay. Oh, that's good. We learned some electrical stuff like in the college thing, but you don't really learn a whole lot in college versus what you actually do, like hands-on. There's only so much you actually learn on the college stuff. You learn a lot of the theories, but then you actually get a chance to put it in practice when you're doing it in the real world kind of thing. So, antenna adapter. Ah, okay. But still, you still probably know quite a bit though. So what do we call these things? Those little nightmare clip things for this. Let's see if we can pull it up for you guys to see. These things. I think it's in the comments here. Let's go back. Terminal pins. Yeah, terminal pins. So we're going to need terminal pins and terminal pins on what gauge thickness, I assume, or what size you'd actually need, because there's and smaller, depending on how much amperage and, yeah, based on how much amperage the stuff it's hooked to. So terminal pins. Okay. And terminal pin removal tool set. As suggested by, I think White Stag was saying that. I can't remember exactly. Yeah. So thanks for that. He said it's about $11. So that sounds pretty reasonable. And also coming up here on the Astro van, we're going to be taking the cylinder heads to the machine shop coming up here, Colorado Springs, so they can do the valve jobs and inspect the heads. And then we can reinstall them when they get them back. Right now, we haven't taken them to the shop yet because we got some new valve springs and some new valves coming in from Rock Auto that we just ordered the other day. So, and I think what else? Valve stem seals. And then he's got to check the valve guides and whatever else down there. So let's move to the new comments. So yeah, so it looks like a lot of you are saying the same thing about the pin. The tool comes in handy. I hope so, guys. I hope they work a million times better than what that paper clip and pin train of thought here. This thing. Kind of having like a moment here trying to think of the name. But this is on live, guys. This isn't like pre-recorded and I sat there and edited and everything to sound like I'm smart about everything. Okay, so repinning tools. And you bought a crate engine to put it in your truck in 2020. Nice. What is your truck? What kind of truck? Is the Trailblazer guy still here? I wanted to know more about that. He said he has an '08 Trailblazer. That's exactly the same year model I had too, with the same style engine, the 4.2 inline six. Let's push this dash back in. Okay. Oh, okay, it was in the wrong spot. There we go. Not too hard to take these on and off. You see the pic? Yeah, I got chewed by the dog. I set it down and looked at it back, and he was in the area and he chewed it up. Okay, hook pick. Thanks for that on Candy. Appreciate it. So you got a 1970 Ford bump side, 2-owner truck. Nice. Congrats on that. That sounds awesome. What'd you put in it for an engine? So Money says Trailblazers actually have an inline six. I didn't know they made inline sixes in Chevys. Yeah. That's I had two of those. I had an '02 and an '08 with both with the inline six. They can make a lot of power. I guess the people are turboing them, making crazy, stupid high power on them. I didn't know that. Pretty cool. And I just did a few shorts on a friend of mine's there at the church here. He got an '06 GMC Envoy XL, so it's got the third row seat and it's the Denali package. It's got the 5.3 V8 and it's only got like 180,000 miles. He was complaining a bunch about it because he's got to do oil gaskets, rear main seal, things like that. It's got a bunch of oil leaks and he was trying to figure it out. Oh no, we John, we ended up boogering it up. So we're going through and we made a list of things to get so we can come back to it coming up. Now we're just chit chatting for a bit right now, reflecting on all this stuff we just did and what's to come. So we ended up realizing we need new terminal pins right here, okay? And Mark here, Mark, he pointed out to get the antenna adapter because I totally forgot about that because that plug wasn't going in there either. So we're gonna get that too. And then the terminal pin removal tool set also because we're gonna need that. Yeah, inline sixes make it lot. They're a whole different animal than a V6. It's kind of misleading that they're called a 6-cylinder, and people think they're just like a V6, and they're not. They're a totally different animal. Like you got your Jeep 4.0s, that's based on I can't remember. It was something else that made them. It wasn't actually Jeep themselves, but they actually ended up putting them in all the Cherokees. I think even some of the older Wranglers had them. Then you got your Ford, which is gear driven. The Ford ones, I think they were the 4.9 Ford. Correct me if I'm wrong. And they're gear driven. They don't have like a timing chain or a belt. It's actually gears. And those are pretty bulletproof too. Then you got the inline six like the Trailblazer, the 4.2. Okay, let's see some comments here. 302 HO, that sounds nice. It came with the 302 originally, so that HO's got some more pep to it, huh? The days of old inline six, Chevy or Ford there. Yeah, I agree there on Candy. So Money says, yes, inline six, great for power. That's why I was asking. They actually replaced the Demon and Hellcat with an inline six turbo motor. Makes like 700. Wow, that's pretty sweet. I wouldn't mind. So Rooster says, I wouldn't mind a brand new F-150 all-wheel drive with the Coyote engine. Got to get the all-wheel drive. Yeah, I agree. That sounds something like a Ford version of a newer kind of thing, like the GMC Cyclone kind of thing. Kind of concept with the all-wheel drive anyway, in the turbo. I'm assuming it's the Coyote turbo, right? So, Uncanny, Inline 6 has made a comeback, but they've been here for, yeah, they have been around for a while. I think people are just starting to realize the untapped potential, or they're just, realizing it's a pretty good platform. Because if we talk about diesels, you get like into like your inline four BTs, and then you got like your 6 BT, 12 valve and 24 valves, and those are inline engines, inline 4 and inline 6, respectively. And then, you know, people turbo them, and they're built for a lot of power. More so on the inline 6. So the 300 Ford inline 449, that's what I was talking about earlier. Because growing up, my mom had an 87 F-150 that had that engine in it, extended cab with the long bed. Yep. So Money says, yep, the XJ, and that's why BMW is famous for inline sixes. Yep, yep. Yeah, if you throw them in there, the BMWs. Yeah, the 4.9. Yeah, I believe they stopped making them a while ago, but those are pretty cool. Quite a bit of power. They're really torquey with your inline 6 engine to get a lot of torque. Pretty cool. So you guess, Chris, how's it going, Chris? Thanks for coming. Yes, 1972 Dodge Challenger with a 340 and 388 gears. That sounds pretty sweet. I agree there. That sounds nice. The 2JZ is an inline 6. Is that a Toyota? And the bolt motor you rebuilt in an inline V6 twin. Nice. For John. 76 cubic inch engine. So not too big, huh? Oh yeah, the Supra. Something cool if you wanted to see. I haven't seen it before until a few weeks ago when I was down there. The machine shop there in Colorado Springs, where I'm going to take these heads for the van. They have sitting outside the shop. It's for sale. I don't know if it's still there. Well, I made a short on it. They had a Toyota Celica Supra, it was called. Oh, thanks, Rooster. I appreciate it. Really means a lot to me. Thanks for that. So in that short, there's a Toyota Celica Supra. I asked somebody what year range it could be. It's probably like early 90s, they were saying, speculating. Nice. Thanks, Uncanny. I appreciate it. It really makes a difference for me, guys. I appreciate it a lot. Also, there's a 240, 240 something. The Datsun 240Z. I made a short on that. That one's been real popular. People seem to love that. So basically, that's what they were calling those before Nissan was being called Nissan. That's what Datsun is. Really? Flipping John. LLL, you would never guess my setup: a Astrovan pulling a Chrysler Satellite with a Mercury on the back. What's a Chrysler Satellite, if you don't mind me asking? That's a car? I'm always learning new things here, too. Just keep trying to keep an open mind and you learn a lot, Just when you think you know everything, you realize you don't. Oh, okay, it's a boat? Okay, I didn't know that. Towing 2 cars. Let's see here. Oh, okay. So the boat, the Chrysler Satellite boat, has the Mercury engine on the boat. Is that what I'm assuming? not actual Mercury like a Lincoln Town Car or Mercury. What do they call it? The Mercury version of the Town Car. Grand Marquis, I think that's what it's called. So I don't think Astro's gonna pull all that now. It probably means the boat with the boat motor. So a hell of a road trip. All from where I'm at to Colorado Springs. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, yeah, that's okay. Oh, the 240Z's got the inline six as well. I think that makes pretty good, respectable horsepower for its time era of. I think they're made in like the 70s time frame. She drove a Plymouth Satellite faster than the speed limit. The speed of light. That's pretty fast. Yes, Flippin' John says. They make great horsepower and very good for racing. My friend has a very high quality Ferrari clone that he built himself, and the engine he chose to put in was the inline six out of the 240. Wow, that's cool. So he hadn't made like a kit car, like put like from a kit. Correct me if I'm wrong. The 240 motor, fully built, naturally aspirated, was 300 horse. Wow, just for an NA engine, that's pretty crazy. Sounded insanely raspy and unique. People thought it was the real Ferrari motor. Wow. I know I was reading about those 240Zs, and for their time, for the money, bang for buck, they had a lot of, get up and go based on my research. That one's in pretty nice shape too. There down there at Lee's machine shop there in Colorado Springs. That's where they had that messed up parted out Trailblazer SS too. It still had the engine sitting in it too. I made a short on that. So Rooster says I have a 1980 Honda CT70 that I refurbished too. That's a motorcycle, right? Or a motorbike. Pretty cool. Flippin' John. Yes, a Chrysler satellite boat with a Mercury outboard motor on the back. Nice. Okay. Thanks for clarifying. That makes a lot more sense. Cool. Okay, Money says cool Astro vans are so strong. They're pretty cool. It's too bad they're not like making them currently anymore. I think the closest thing you can get to that's like a Express of what's similarly made now. Still, we got a little bit of a wind. We'll just set these down, tuck these down, and we'll make sure I don't knock the camera down. Okay, let's get back to the comments. Let's see. Okay, 1980 CT70 is one of the black ones. Okay. Kenneth Phrase. Thanks for commenting, Kenneth, and checking out my live stream. Datsun is a Mercedes design, I believe. Possibly. I know that's what they were calling them before they started calling them Nissan. What's my take on Volkswagen? Thanks for commenting, Tyler. I think Volkswagens are pretty good. My first car was a Volkswagen. I had a 1987 Jetta, and it was made in West Germany, which doesn't exist now, before the Berlin Wall came down. So it's kind of neat. I didn't know how to much take care of nothing back then though, so I had it overheat and the cooling system was clogged. So I learned to make sure you take care of stuff like that. Started to get the gears turning for me to start learning more. Good comment there, Tyler. So Peter says, I am back. Had to go and do some stuff. How did the multi-plug pin removal go? Oh, it didn't work out, Peter. So we're gonna end up. I wrote on this sheet here under here. We're gonna a little shopping list. We're gonna get new terminal pins to replace those boogered up ones, and then we're gonna get the terminal pin removal tool set as well. Also, I think Raymond, or I think his name was, he recommended making sure I get that adapter so we can plug the antenna into the head unit, antenna, whatever you prefer to call it. We're gonna so that can plug in so you get the radio. So, good question. So Uncandy, that was a line from B50 song, 53 miles west of Venus. What was the line? Okay, we'll keep going. John Salt says, right, I'm off because don't know how about American car. Oh, yeah, you're from the UK then. That makes sense. See you soon. Said Uncandy. Okay, cool. Rooster. An old friend brought his dad 300 ZX the first mile to school one day. What's a 300 ZX? Is that a Nissan? Or a Mitsubishi? Oh, go ahead and let me know. I don't know. So he brought that to school one day. I rode in it. Felt like we were taking off in an airplane. It had so much power. Oh, cool. So money can't buy happiness. This wasn't a cheap clone. It's a real rare body kit, which I think is the real Ferrari body, people. I'm not sure, but it was really nice for a while. Then it sat, and that's never good. Yeah, when they sit, yeah. That's like that 98 Blazer we got out here. That's been sitting about 8 years. The passenger side head gasket's got to be changed on it. And we're going to change both, obviously. And it needs some stuff. I just got that rim here. I'll show you. Got that rim with the tire. It should bolt right in. I got that tire there for $20 yesterday. I guess that was the spare size off of like a 98 Ford Ranger that somebody just scrapped, and they had the tire sitting on the rim. So I picked it up for $20, yeah, not bad. Nice steel rim. They said it fit on their 2000 Jimmy, which is the same stuff as like this 98 Blazer. So that's pretty cool. So let's get back to, here's the orange one. Sing for me for the homies. Thanks for commenting, Steve-O. I don't know what I'm really singing, but appreciate you stopping in and commenting. Money cannot buy happiness. Cool orange, basically the standard. Okay. Rooster, the Tahitian red is my color. CT70. Rare color on CT70s. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yes, money. I had 2 of them, but sold the first one I refurbished. All right. So John Salt says, the polos are a pain to work on, especially the headlights, because you have to take the whole bumper off to change the bulbs. Oh, that is a pain. And if you're in there, you want to go ahead and change all the bulbs, everything that's already in there, because you're already there. Because if you leave stuff like that, next week the bulbs go again on something else that you didn't change. You got to take it all back apart again. Good comment there, John. So Money says, done little bikes, Rooster. Okay, he's talking to the Rooster, the other guy here. Okay. Flippin' John, I would just get another stereo. Might be cheaper on Amazon. Could be. This was a cheapo Walmart one. You might be onto something with that. I know we could try to get the terminals, because we still have to confirm everything's wired together in the right spots also on these wires. So we're just taking it a step at a time, guys. We're not trying to fly through this in do anything wrong on it. We're just trying to make sure everything's right and correct all the stuff that was wrong from either me or the previous owner. Mostly the previous owner, especially with that weird splice in the circuit for their light bar into the power supply of the radio. I don't know what they're thinking that was a good idea for. Yeah, thanks, Peter. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I tried. That's the thing. Yeah. So that makes a big difference. You try, and then if you get it, you know, you go over what didn't go right and what you need for parts and how to correct it, and then get those things, and then go at it again. Yeah, good comment. Somebody says, fun. Was it the Jetta Wolfsburg? Oh, my 87? No, it was just a regular Jetta. I think it was just a two-door. Those things were built like a tank, though, compared to like the newer stuff. You got, the older vehicles, when you shut the door, it's got that solid shutting noise. You can tell the metal is like a lot thicker. Like they just don't make them like that anymore. So Rooster, yeah, it's a Nissan 300. Okay. Those are pretty cool. Flippin' John. I'd order the same one you got and return the... That is the... right? Go and return it. Put the old one in the box and... right? And get my money back. Right? Kind of evil, but... I didn't pay a whole lot for these. This is like... I think this is like the cheapest radio you can get at Walmart when I was in there. I think it's just the connector we're looking at getting, just the terminals. No, I'm working on a 98 Chevy K1500. Thanks for commenting, Texas Thunder Chief, and watching my stream. Appreciate it. Okay, Money says hi. Hey, hi. How's it going? And Rooster, not feel bad one bit about it. Flipping John, after what corporate America made us live through in 2020, right? Yeah. I mean, if those people accept it, it's almost like they didn't do their job right. They're supposed to inspect it and whatnot. You know what I mean? If I was really that hard up to go and return it, I don't think I would be. But if I did in theory, you know what I mean? So just kidding, or am I? Right? No. So right, I am going now. LOL. You can't get a lot of parts for the CT70. Honda started making trail bikes again, so you can use some parts from those now. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, I could show you guys the truck here if you're just tuning in. Let me get this off the stand. I'll get the charger off it. I'll get the charger back on this side. One moment. James Smith, thanks for commenting. Of buy my car radios at Crutchfield. What's Crutchfield? If you don't mind me asking. Shut this door. Okay. So get it back here. So we had some stuff out. We charged the battery. We cleaned up the terminals. We disconnected that. Oh, okay, online electronics. Okay, that makes sense. So we disconnected the battery terminals, cleaned them up. We went ahead and charged the battery up. We disconnected. I'll show you. Well, we'll go around and check out the outside of the truck first. So this is a 1998 Chevy K1500 extended cab, 5-speed manual with the 305 engine. It's 4-wheel drive too. That's what the K designation means. If this was a 2-wheel drive, it would be a C. And it's a 1500, so it's just a half ton. It's got the dual exhaust on it with the Flowmaster. So it sounds pretty mean, but it's kind of, it's not very not super powerful by like newer vehicle standards. But it's still decent enough for what I do with it, you know, mostly grocery getting. And when we pulled out that fence post yesterday or 2 days ago, that was in there, so we made the fence wider, or we made the fence open so we could put the gate on it, because this gate was originally over here where that piece of wood is for bracing. So we took the fence section that was originally where the gate is right now. The gate was originally right here where that wood is in that area, and we took it. We had a post that was in the way, and we hooked the tow strap to the truck. We yanked that out of the ground with the truck. So now we're able to do live streams and do car work in the backyard, whereas before I couldn't get my vehicle to get in here because the way this gate was set up, it's not wide enough to be able to turn with me, like without me trespassing on the neighbor's property, if that makes sense. So that's the whole reasoning behind that. And now it's a lot better. I agree. I think, in my opinion. So I'll show you what we took out of the wire harness, or out of the wires here. They had like a wires going in here, right here. Nice rooster. Your 70 bump side doesn't have one dent in the bed. Nice. That sounds like a nice truck. That's that Ford 1970 you were talking about, right? So I bet you get a lot of compliments. That's cool. So what I was talking about here is this was attached. These reds were attached to the positive on here. And then this negative was attached to the where the headlight ground is right here. Headlight, and then the actual ground for the negative battery terminal was right here. And this looks all kind of melted because it kind of was. I was talking about it earlier. If you guys weren't present, it had a issue when I put that trickle charger on it, and these terminals being dirty. If you try to charge stuff, you can have like it can like melt or have like a fire hazard. So be careful if you're doing these things yourself. Try to keep your terminals clean. Luckily, it didn't catch on fire or burn anything, but just be careful. So with your charger, if you don't keep everything clean, I guess it made a lot more resistance or something with the dirt on it, is my guess, and it caused the resistance, and that causes heat. So this is what we took out of here. We disconnected from the battery. We got a bunch of junction of stuff down here as well. Okay, so that comes out of this, all this right here. Looks like they butt connected something, previous owner, whatever they did here, whoever worked on it anyway. Then it looks like they just cut stuff off of the relay, and then just left the wires exposed. They didn't even like tape them off and like cap them or anything, you know, to protect it from the weather. So I think just to prevent this stuff from getting sucked into my belt or anything, I think we'll clip it right there. This is like their light bar wire or whatever. We don't have the light bar no more. We took all that out. But this will be like handy to have around for some, you know, spare stuff. So I'm going to get the diagonal cutters out and cut that out, because it's pretty close, dangerously close to my belts and the fans and stuff. We're getting caught on something. Oh yeah, and eventually we're going to be doing a sand down and a new paint job. Like we'll do a sand down of the exterior of this truck to the primer. And any spots that gets bare metal, we'll use the self-etching primer on that. And then we're going to go ahead and get I think we're going to do like a green bed liner all around the whole outside, and we'll tape off the areas and try to look nice. So eventually. So anyway, I'm gonna get those diagonal cutters and get this whole junction of aftermarket junk that the old previous owner put in here for their light bar and all the other stuff they had. So let's do that now and get those out. Prefer using these longer handled ones so we get a little more reach because it's kind of deep in there. That's what I was looking in there for. So looks like it's just one wire. We try to cut it as close as we can. Make sure we don't hit anything else by accident. There. Get this whole thing out of here. Okay, we got another wire. Let's see where that one leads. See if we can actually yank it through. If it's not too tight. Okay, that just ripped. I think I clipped it anyway. So, looks like we got that out. Now this whole junction of stuff that's not relevant, so here. Show you all this stuff. So they ended up putting, this is all for like the light bar and whatnot. So this stuff will get put in the junk drawer or like electronics donor material type stuff. Or the relays are probably still good and everything on this, you know. It looks like they just plug right in. I can just take the relays right off, I think. Yeah. We'll just make sure they're all good. I don't know if they fit any of the specific relays I have in anything right now, but they're kind of handy to have. And then these wires, so we can set these aside. We'll just put it in that tool bin here. So what I can do right now, we still have to clean out the power steering pump reservoir to the van. And trying to think of what I should put on the inside to clean it out. I could use this. That'll probably clean it pretty good. I just don't want to leave anything in there. I think it would work fine because it wasn't corroding anything when we cleaned cylinder heads with it. So we'll go over to there now. It's a little cooler in here. What am I? What do you mean by that? Thanks for commenting, JP, and checking out my live stream. Appreciate it. I just work on stuff like basically for friends and family and myself and things like that at home. Mechanics type stuff. So here's the reservoir we're gonna clean out. I think I got a little container. Yeah, over here. I'll grab that. I'll put some gloves. All right, here we go. I guess we'll use this. This should be okay. All right, we just have to wipe the oil out of this thing, and we'll go ahead and clean inside of this. Get this cleaned out because we got a few days ago we ended up cleaning out the we changed out some of the power steering lines on this, like the low pressure line that goes on here, the 1/2 inch diameter, then the 3/8 diameter that goes to the from this reservoir to the hydro boost brake booster, because that's how it gets the pressure on this van from the for the brake pedal, because it's not like a traditional donut shaped brake booster, because it's not limited space in the engine bay on these type of vehicles, because it's basically what you consider a cab over engine type design. It's probably help if I point this down there. Okay, so here's our power wash spray. Go ahead and clean this thing up. And we ran that magnetic inline filter on the lines, and then we capped them all off so no environmental contamination will happen from that. So what we're going to try to do is put it in here and then cap it with my fingers and shake it around with the cap on it. And this should go ahead and super clean whatever's in here. This is the power steering reservoir to the van. You can see it's already breaking down the gunk off it. You see all that brownish tinge. It's getting a lot of it off. I could run the air compressor too and then just run shop air through this to get it, like, get all the gunk out of it. Doesn't look too dirty. Not as dirty as I thought it'd be. But it's good because, like, when you're going ahead to reuse this, you don't want any of that residual in there. Nasty stuff. And the pump didn't fail on the one we changed. What happened was the person who worked on it before me stripped out the pulley threads of the stud that comes off of the power steering pump itself. So what happened was I went to use the pulley puller tool, and every time I try to turn it in more, the threaded stud that goes into it, the actual, oh, look at that nastiness. The actual the inside of the pump that has the threads was already all stripped out by the previous person who worked on it. So it made me think that I stripped it, but I didn't. They stripped it just enough so the threads seemed like they were there. So every time I tried to tighten them more, whole like rings of the metal of the threads were coming off with it. So that was a bummer. So we got all that changed. We got the new pump. We got a new line. The 3 lines go there. We got the last line coming here in a few days to put in. And then we're taking the cylinder heads to the machine shop there in Colorado Springs. Once the parts come from Rock Auto, because the valve springs, valves, what else? New valve keepers, like that. So they're gonna do all that stuff at the machine shop, and then put that stuff all in, and they're gonna check for anything like the valve guides, if those are good or bad, and if anything needs anything, we'll get it taken care of there. Then when we get them back, we'll put it all back together and get the van going. But this is one of the steps, a part of it, getting this reservoir all cleaned out. So we'll put this all back in. I think shop air is one of the best ways to get this out. And we have the air compressor here. We can go ahead and fire it up. So we can do that. We'll spray a little bit more in here, just to make sure we didn't get anything left over. I use this to clean quite a bit of things here, especially like greasy car part stuff. It seems to work pretty good. I cleaned up the intake manifold with it. I'll show you guys that. Take these gloves off. I'll show you. Because I was trying to use purple power, kerosene, a bunch of different things. The only thing that seemed to really work good was that power wash. Because that was all like a really nasty brown tinge, and I kept trying to use purple power and all those other things on it. And that seemed to work the best, was that power wash. I also got recommended to get oil eater, and I plan to get some of that. It basically that stuff goes in like your parts washers, is what they are for. And I guess it's water based, and it's like not gonna like stink out your house and give you like brain damage like kerosene would. I haven't used it yet myself. I've used like the Aussie juice stuff on parts washers, and that seems to work pretty good, but that stuff's really expensive, especially if we don't have like an actual parts washer to put it in to actually, you know, capture it and keep it going so we can get our money's worth out of the solution, you know, if that makes sense. So I think what I'm gonna do, we'll see if we can just gravity, have that thing set up by gravity so it can just like drain out on its own. And if not, then we'll fire up the air compressor. I think the air compressor is probably the best option, I think. Let's try this again. Let's try this. Yeah, it looks like it comes right out of the bottom. Out of that inch diameter orifice. Just getting the residual stuff out of it, you know. If we can just tilt it so the gravity will go down. And as far as I know, this stuff isn't corrosive because we used it on the engine block and the cylinder heads. We didn't have any issue with it leaving any rust or anything weird or pitting. Pretty good. We can do spray down some more, then just wipe it off with a rag on the outside. Get it all, cleaned up. Get this cleaned up too. We get a rag now. Alright, this will do. Get all that residual gunk off of them so this doesn't get introduced into the new power steering pump system. And then when we get it going, see how that stuff's coming off it. So that's what was on it. So because the steering gear, the gearbox itself has the old fluid in it, and we didn't change the steering gearbox because it wasn't bad. So to try to get all that stuff out of there, what we're going to do is have the return line removed. We'll have somebody turn the key on the vehicle to start the engine, and we'll put a catch jug on the return line. And at the same time, we're making sure the reservoir is topped off at all times on the power steering with fresh fluid. And we'll cycle the engine, start it up, have some of it flow out, then whatever amount came out, at the same time you're topping it off with fresh fluid into the reservoir to get out the old stuff. And you're constantly keeping it fresh. And we'll keep doing that until the fluid comes out the same color as it's going in. This has all new lines, new power steering pump. The only thing that's still the same in the system is just the reservoir, or the reservoir and the steering gearbox. So this thing's all wiped down nice and clean. We'll set that aside. And this part, we'll wipe it off. Oops, it's on the plastic, so it's okay. And as an added bonus, it's like super hot Colorado sun here. We'll take this outside and we'll set it up like this so it can drain out, or maybe upside down like this way, and let it gravity drain. And let it clean out. It's like there's the liquid, but I'm not sure it wants to come out this way. I think it gets better this way, guys. We'll tip it. Still looks like there's some stains in there. Guess that'll be okay. So we'll let that set like that. We'll just take it right outside and let it sit in the sun. Let it evaporate and bake away all the moisture left from the power wash spray. I think that looks pretty good. I'll show you guys what I did. Take you guys out there and show you. So that's that tire we got for the Blazer for 20 bucks yesterday. Tire and oh, thanks for the comment, Nazi. Oh yeah, I could run the water through it and then let it dry outside. But here I have it sitting like this. So we got the water spigot over here. I think that'll be good to get the residual soap off of it. You're probably right about that. I was thinking that myself. So let's get this set. Cap it all off and shake it. Get that soap out of there. Good comment there, I appreciate it. Get all the soap suds and everything out of it. Then we'll set it up like we had before. That's a good way to get all that residual soap out of it so it's not mixing with our power steering fluid. Thanks for that Anazi Robo Wire. Appreciate it. With the good advice. Yeah, so we got this tire there yesterday for 20 bucks with the rim. That's gonna go on the 98 Blazer for the spare. Because the spare was missing, so we got something that fits it. And it's a full-size spare. And it's the same exact tire size as what's on it right now. Oh yeah, we'll wash this up too. Just to get that residual soap off of it. That way it's not contaminating our power steering fluid. It's nice installing this stuff back when it's not all gross, you know. As an added bonus, you know. So then this can go back here. Just like that. So, put the air box back. So we're closer to the finish line on doing the radio on this. You know, bite at a time. There we go. It's just making sure that everything's seated where it's supposed to be, so you don't get like a dirty air bypassing the air filter. That kind of thing. Making sure you get all the clips down. So there's 2 clips, one on each side. Okay, that's done. This battery charger is all done for here. And it's nice when I'm working outside, I'll have this, this is like tool bag. Just throw all the tools I'm using, putting them back right there. James Summit, how's it going? Thanks for coming and checking out my live stream. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, we gotta put the, because we tested all the fuses earlier here in the live stream. All these fuses, and they were all good. Okay, that's backwards. Okay, as you can see, it's kind of dusty here in Colorado. See, you get like dust storm, wind stuff going on sometimes. We'll have to do a better deep cleaning of this eventually, but it's getting there. That looks like we got to get like a new valve stem core for the. We got our high and low side for the AC. We see how it's got like a greasy look to it. It means it's got a little bit of a leak. And I didn't want to change those out until 1 second. Until I could get the OEM valve core replacements for the AC, because I had an issue with the 98 Expedition here. I bought some aftermarket ones for the valve cores, and they only had like about half as much threads, like this much. The original had like about that much. So when this thing's all pressurized and holding the charge, the aftermarket core couldn't hold up to it, and it popped off. So we lost the charge. So we had to recharge it, and then we had to. Luckily, it didn't strip the threads or anything on the Expedition, but we had. I didn't throw away the old core either. Thank goodness, you know. So that's good. Buy, live, and learn. You know, don't buy those cheap aftermarket valve core stem stuff for these things, especially these things for your high pressures and low pressure for your AC system. A lot of pressure is being held in there, and if you're using inferior stuff, it's not going to hold up. Okay. So I thought I was saving money buying a $10 package, but it turns out they were junk. Yeah, you live and you learn though. So something to keep in mind. So I'm on the keeping my eye out to find the OEM of those, so I don't end up doing that on my truck. This is the 98 Chevy K1500. But the 98 Expedition had that, and that's got the rear AC, so that was a whole bunch of charge, like 60 ounces or something. And what happened was the wife was driving in Oklahoma, super hot day, like 100 plus, and when they went to park, she heard a loud pop, like that thing didn't stay seated like it was supposed to. That little valve stem core, basically like what's on your tires and your valve stem. It looks similar to that. It's basically the same concept. And if you put in an inferior one that's not enough threads, that's what happened. So I kind of bummed out about that. It lasted about a week, and then it did that. Oh, Mayo, what's up, brother? Holy crap. Dude, I'm glad to see you on here, man. I got a few new shorts I made on some different Trailblazers and a GMC Envoy 06. XL Denali, man. It's got the 5.3 on it. A dude here, one of my friends here at church has it. Isn't that pretty cool? I made like 3 shorts on it. Hi, what's cars? You asking what this car is? Yeah, thanks for commenting there. So Matin, I guess how you say your name. If I didn't say it right, my bad. My apologies. So this vehicle here is my 98 K1500. So we modified the fence so we can actually work on the vehicle in the backyard. So we'll move this stuff out of the way now because we were trying to get the radio working here. I don't know if you remember talking about that Mayo like a couple weeks ago. So we figured out the previous owner, whoever worked on it, they spliced a light bar into the power supply of the radio. For some reason. So we were going through and we found that. And then for some reason the blower motor is always on when the key's on, even in the off position. So that's another thing we're chasing down in this. So far that's what we did. And then we took out all this relay and these wires here that was supplying like the light bar and whatever else out of here. That was all hooked to the battery, live wires with nothing hooked to it. So less of a fire hazard and just stuff that didn't need to be in there at this point in time. Well, yeah, this is the 98 Chevy K1500. It's 5-speed manual, extended cab, 305 engine, also known as the 5-liter. And you'll get a better view of it when I move this stuff out of here. Yeah, let me set this down and I'll move this stuff out of here. Trying to get the camera to focus. Just one moment, please. Okay. So we charged up the battery earlier. Clean the terminals as well. So get this put away. Yeah, Mayo, I made a couple shorts. There's a few Trailblazers. There was another 06 extended Trailblazer as well as red. I made a shorts on that, or a short on that. And then there was a Trailblazer LS, I think from like an 05 to an 02 model range, because I had the headlights that weren't one piece. It had that little partition in between, so that's how I could tell it was a little bit older. One moment, let me put this inside. Get you guys back on the charger here. Do I like DMC DeLorean? Thanks for commenting 24/7. Universe stream. You talking about GMC? So, okay, we're putting these things away so we can shut the hood. Make sure all the tools and everything's cleared out here before we go ahead and shut it so we don't lose anything. Break anything. Not see anything weird that's not supposed to be there. Go ahead and shut it. So, see if that's in the frame. It's okay, we'll go back up and show you the truck. For who's just tuning in. So, my truck. And that fender was like that when I bought it. It's got some issues where it needs the radiator's core support. And the windshield washer fluid wire whip out of like a junkyard vehicle I gotta find still. I have all the reservoir and stuff, but that stuff got all messed up when whoever hit it, who owned it before me, damaged it. So here's the interior. We've been working on getting the radio wired in. Let me get this collapsed a bit. Okay. So we've been going through, we got most of this, like 90% of this labeled. And that's when we found the power supply wire was spliced into from the previous owner for a light bar. And so we had to correct that. We had to get a few things like these pin connectors. We need a few of those to rectify it, I think. And a few something else. Oh, the pin removal tool, terminal pin removal tool set. I'm gonna get that as well. So that's what's going on with that 5-speed stick right here. Hey Dave, how's it going? Thanks for commenting and watching. Appreciate it. Okay. So that's what's going on right now. And then, oh yeah, we have to get a brake booster for this because it had a squeak every time in the morning when you're pushing the brakes. I made a few shorts on it. It's pretty loud and obnoxious. But then later on in the day, it doesn't do it. So I'll try to do it now, and it probably won't do it. So you can hear the okay, it sounds normal right now, but in the morning, it'll, like with the morning dew, it seems to get it with the moisture. It does that noise. But we'll go around the back of the truck now. And this is going to get it stripped down and like done like a green bed liner eventually in the future as well. So it's got dual exhaust with the Flowmasters on it. Sounds pretty good. And this side. But yeah, the paint job looks pretty bad right now, and I'm aware of that. But this thing was black and it was super hot here in Colorado. So that's the whole reasoning behind that. So more to come with this. Once we get those terminal pin connectors and the terminal pin removal tools, we're going to keep going on this. So stay tuned for more if you're interested in this kind of stuff, you know. So we're getting somewhere with it. So more to come. And then the cylinder heads are going to the machine shop here for the van, the 05 Astro van. So we're waiting for the parts to come in from Rock Auto so we can send those parts down, like the valves and the valve springs and that kind of thing, to the machine shop so he can install those and then go over them and do all his thing. And then when we get them back, we're going to put them back in the van and get the van going. All right. So that's about all the time we got for today, guys. Stay tuned for more in the future of the van and the truck. And then we got the Expedition coming up. We got to do a front end suspension rebuild on that. That's coming up pretty soon once we get the van out of the garage. Okay. So that's going to get new tie rods, ball joints, upper and lower control arm bushings, you know, the works. Anything that's messed up in there is getting changed out. Idler arm, pitman arm, you know, that kind of thing. And then it's also going to get fuel injectors, ignition coils, new spark plugs and wires, all that stuff, and the new tune-up, top-end tune-up as well. So also we got the 98 Blazer coming up too. We just got this spare tire for it yesterday for 20 bucks. So I'm pretty happy with that. Rim and tire, all this full-size spare, can't go wrong with that. All right. So that's all for today, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate every one of you sticking around and watching. If this is your type of thing, thanks. I really appreciate it. Till next time, guys.